Good afternoon. George Osborne had his say yesterday, and so too did four men here in York. They also made an autumn statement, but this time about their form and their intentions in this Coral United Kingdom Championship as they booked their place in the quarter-finals. From 4-1 in front, 23-year-old Glaswegian Anthony McGill withstood a furious comeback from John Higgins last night to stand firm in a final frame decider. Scottish apprentice beats master at last. The owners of two of the season's big titles so far, Messrs Walden and Bingham, were expected to run a very close race. It wasn't. Ricky didn't turn up. Stuart walloped him 6-0. Whilst Mark Davis ended the exciting, fearless adventure of James Cahill, there will be more to come from the 18-year-old who knocked out Ding, but it was the wily Davis who won this one 6-2. An incredible contest as well between former world champs Robertson and Dott. The Scot went 5-0 in front, but the Aussie hit back, and how, to 5-all with 2 tons on the way. Dott made it over the line in the decider. He's in the quarters for the first time in 8 years. Our defending UK champ has gone. So all of that has caused a few seismic changes in snooker. We have now, of course, lost both of last year's finalists, Messrs Selby and Robertson. And the Australian's departure last night means that he now cannot ascend to the #1 spot in the world rankings once again when they're published on Monday. Instead, it is officially Ding Junhui who will become the new world #1. He'll be the 11th pro to do so and the first ever from Asia. And of course it comes at the time when he has already been knocked out of this great championship in York. It is indeed a funny old game. But this afternoon we will see who will be joining. Our 4 quarter-finalists have already booked their spots with 2 cracking matches for you. Judd Trump hasn't been past this last 16 stage since he won the UK title 3 years ago. Today, Judd takes on Rod Lawler, a Liverpudlian 18 years a senior and 24 places below him in the rankings. The force is strong with Shaun Murphy right now. He's won 4 titles this year, most recently the week before coming to York. And he'll clash cues with Marco Fu in our match that's a repeat of their UK final 6 years ago. And as ever, we would love to hear from you, so feel free to get in touch and pass on your points and questions to our experts via the usual channels of communication. And in fact, this is how the quarter-final lineup is developing, with the either-ors still TBAs, if you know what I mean. It's Dott against Bingham. It's world number 38, Anthony McGill, taking a huge step forward in his career and facing either Matthew Selt or Ronnie O'Sullivan, who's now the highest-ranked player left in the field at number 4. Mark Davis through to only his 2nd UK quarter in 24 years, believe it or not, and awaiting either Judd Trump or Rod Lawler, whilst Ireland's David Morris, the lowest Cuman left at number 62, or Stephen Maguire will be taking on either Murphy or Fu. And Steve Davis, a 6-time winner of this event, is with me. First of all, reaction to some of the results, particularly that Robertson-Dott match last night, which was a cracking match, went all the way.
Well, yes, and also some of the underdogs knocking out some of the big names. A sign of the times, I think. The fact, as we've spoken many times, so much more chance for them to play competitively at the highest level. They're getting that practice against the top players, so they're not fearing them anymore. And in best-of-11 matches, the favourites are not that much of a favourite. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. We've got Anthony McGill going through against John Higgins. We've got David Morris having knocked out Mark Selby. It's very refreshing. It's very exciting. But amidst this whirlwind of matches that we've had since Saturday, Steve, in the second round, who for you is the standout candidate so far? Who's showing the best form?
Well, to some degree, they all are. But you want names, don't you?
I do,
I know
yes.
you want names.
And you know I always want the names.
I think Steve Maguire, Graham Dott are in excellent form. Sean Murphy looks mentally very strong and really, I think, he fancies the job. I've always been a fan, and I think I'm an even bigger fan now of Judd Trump. I think he's maturing into a fantastic all-rounder. He looks in great shape. But how can you possibly discount Ronnie O'Sullivan, even with a broken ankle? And the way he's put paid to everybody so far, with not much fuss, but he's got through very easily. You know, you could be looking at the winner there as well.
You might do. We've got Judd Trump up against Rod Lawler of Liverpool. And, you know, I was trying to rack my brains here, Steve. I cannot remember the last time we saw Rod Lawler on a big event on the BBC. It must be a very long time ago. He's 43 years of age. He's been a pro since 1990. And, you know, he still plugs away at it. He's made some real progress this year, having dropped off the tour a couple of years ago, only to come back through the qualifying school and get back on this tour. He loves the game. Perhaps he's just been pacing himself.
I think I was pro since I was 19. I think I'm now about 24 years on, 43 now, so it's been about 24, 25 years on tour. Sort of had a good start to my career, won a couple of small tournaments out in China and places like that in the 90s and Europe. But it's been difficult, and especially 2010-11, that was a low point in my career, falling off the tour. In the old format, I would have been off the tour. So yeah, I still love the game. I thought I'd definitely give it a try. I ended up qualifying in the last event of the three. So, you know, it was a little bit of fate really, and then once I got back on the tour, I seemed to have played better than I've ever played. Getting a chance to play against, you know, the likes of Mark and the other top guys and other ranking events. There's so many tournaments now, the calendar's so full. You know, back in the early career, there literally was 6 or 8 events a year, and you come across the guys maybe once or twice a season. It brings you up a level, you know, it definitely improves your game playing against the better players out in the main arena as well. In the UK Champs, I think I've been to the last 16 a couple of times, so, you know, it's sort of, you know, as far as I've been in the past, but I mean, it's because it's probably the second biggest tournament of the year, and obviously, you know, on the ranking list, and all the top guys are normally really up for it. That's why it's such a difficult event to do well in. It's a bit different playing the likes of Judd because, I mean, he's such a positive and aggressive and heavy scorer that hopefully my style of play will come into play at some point. But you can only start the match just and see where it goes, and you know, if it becomes sort of like an even contest as the match goes on, then hopefully I'll get a chance to get my style of play in the match. I'm going to be positive, but I certainly won't be running around at the pace Judd normally plays at. But no, just really looking forward to it and just see where the match takes us.
Well, this is the 6th meeting between Rod, who's the world number 35, and Judd Trump. And significantly, perhaps, the Liverpudlian reached his very first major semi-final earlier this year in February in Germany. And his reward then for getting there was a 6-1 defeat in that match to a certain Judd Trump, who made 3 centuries against him that day. Overall, Trump leads by 3 wins to 2 so far and is the clear favourite to notch up another victory today, isn't he, John?
So here in the commentary box with Stephen Hendry and Dennis Taylor, going to put the words on your pictures this afternoon. And Stephen, what have you made of Judd's progress in this tournament so far?
He's been very impressive, although he's yet to be put under any pressure. And obviously that's something that we're going to have to wait and see if that happens today. Obviously, he's going to be the overwhelming favourite again today.
Now, Dennis, there's a great case for keeping going in this game, isn't there? Rod Lawler, after 24 years as a professional, he's probably playing as good as ever.
It just shows you if you put the hard work in, the rewards are there, and he certainly had them, because he's had 2 3-0 behind and come back and won twice. And against Mark Allen, that was a fantastic win. And I remember when he came on the scene, I thought, oh, John Parrott's got a twin brother. And how does it feel, John, to be Liverpool's second best player now?
Well, nothing unusual there. And as for Judd, I mean, you can get ahead of yourself in these tournaments, can't you? He's looking, there's a lot of players going out from the top 16 in the draw. it's a danger to get ahead of yourself in this.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably got one eye on maybe, he's a different half from Ronnie, looking at that as another final. Obviously, they played last month in the Champion of Champions, so he might have one eye on that, but it's important to treat Rod with respect.
And that's the thing, isn't it, respect, Dennis, because he can play. He's a little bit slower in the way he goes about it than Judd, but, everybody plays their own style, but you've got to give him respect this afternoon.
That's why he's beat Judd on a couple of occasions. He's got a good tactical game, and he'll probably want to use it against Judd. He's not going to just let Judd blow him off the table. So he's in with a good chance. And if you remember, in 1995, he beat you, John, in the World Championship, and he beat Stephen Hendry in 1996 in the Champions.
Keeps taking us up.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, the stats he's coming out with today. I can't wait to get the players out. Thanks, Dennis. Rob Walker, it's all yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 4 days to go here at the Coral UK Championship. We're down to the last 12 players. There's no doubt we're getting towards the business end here at the Barbican. And we've got 2 brilliant matches for you this afternoon. Please welcome an absolute gentleman on and off the table, a player rejuvenated over the last 18 months, winner of 2 ranking event titles, including last season's Aussie Open, once again firmly established in the world's top 16. Here he comes. He's full of Eastern promise. He's Marco Fu. And his opponent, a class act on and off the bays. What a year it's been, securing his 5th ranking title in China and producing 3 147s, the last of which came in Germany at yet another European Tour victory. A world champion, a UK champion. He's the magician, Shaun Murphy. On table 1, what a tournament it's turning out to be for this proud Merseysider, coming from 3-0 down to beat Antrim's Mark Allen in the 3rd round. Earlier this year, he reached the semi-finals of the German Masters. He's on a roll right here in York. Here comes Liverpool's Rod Lawler. And his opponent, one of the most exciting players of his generation. He's enjoyed a brilliant start to this season, winning his 4th title in Australia. And who could forget that amazing final when he took his maiden UK title right here in York back in 2011. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the pride of Bristol, he's the ace in the pack. Here comes Judd Trump.
Yeah, big crowd in today and a very good lineup for them as well. We're going to start with table 1 and the Trump-Lawler matchup. Murphy Fu is live on the red button though. Both games also available online via the BBC Sport website, so you can watch it anywhere you like. So back we go to Stephen Hendry and Dennis Taylor.
Thank you very much, Hazel, and a very good afternoon to everyone.
The first
Rod
Lawler to break.
Did win the toss, and he's going to get this match underway. What a fascinating tussle this is going to be. I suppose you could say it's the old versus the young, but he's not all that old, Rod, 43. I suppose these days in snooker terms, it's getting on a bit. Great to see him back on the big stage here.
It can be a difficult situation for Judd Trump today. He's obviously a strong favourite to win this match. He'll be expecting himself to win this match comfortably. So sometimes it's difficult to be 100% focused.
Yeah, you could see Rod's eyebrows going up and down there as he was going from object ball back to the cue ball, then back to the object ball. He's a really nice lad, Rod. I say a nice lad, he's a 43-year-old. But he has got a very good tactical game, and I think Judd will have to be patient, and he'll have to produce some good safety to create the chance for himself.
Yeah, that's a good word, that patience, because Judd, if he doesn't, as I said before, keep his concentration, he could easily become frustrated playing Rod Lawler today. That's a pretty good shot.
In fact, he's made it very difficult for Rod to get back down the table. The only way is off the red near the black, and he's going to need a little bit of help to get to that one. Might be able to reach it with this normal spider. Don't know whether he needs a little bit more. There's a swan neck spider that might help, but he seems okay, just glancing off this red. That's a very good shot from the position he was in. There's no easy safety shot available to him here. He may be forced into taking a pot. The right hand, one of the two reds, would be the one, and he'll weigh up all the options, and if he can't see an easy safety shot, he'll take it on. They'll have to get it. Nah, he didn't like that, so change of plan. And that's pretty good.
Yeah, it was an excellent shot. Too thin or too thick would have been a major problem there, and that was perfectly played by Judd. Obviously doesn't make the headlines for his safety plate.
This time he may be forced into the red that we mentioned previously because of that good safety shot, but the cue power that this young player has is quite amazing. Have a look at that.
One.
Amazing. He's overhit that. Now, how could you overscrew a shot like that? And he didn't really hit it that hard. I mean, that is all about timing. Not many players in the game can do that, Stephen.
I would say no one can do that with as little effort as that. Lots of players can play that deep screw shot, but it looks like they're putting everything into it. Whereas Judd
Judd Trump 1.
did that so effortlessly.
He could come off a couple of cushions and just nestle on that. He'd leave everything safe. If he tries the one to the right of the black, he would leave the one that's near the left corner, so that might just be somewhere near the line. Just to nestle into the bunch would be okay. Is there one that'll go into the middle pocket? It looks as if there is. Yeah, well, picked out. It was never going to be easy to get position, but had it gone a little bit further with the cue ball, he would have taken the blue on, as we show you that red disappear into the middle pocket, but he's hampered with the red that's next to the cue ball, so just a safety. Just working out where the best spot would be to leave the cue ball. No problem from the pink, he can put it anywhere he wishes down there. That's a wee bit short though.
Judd Trump won.
He left an easy return for Rod. He wanted to be over on the cushion behind the green. I'm just wondering if there's a gap through to the red that's nearest the left corner pocket. You know, there might be. There it is. But, well, if he takes this on, just watch the cue ball. Gotta get this.
Well, there's a bit of tension in his arm and nerves, but he hit that quite hard there.
One.
So the first real chance falls to Judd Trump. And the way the reds are situated, he could knock a sizable break in here. And that's what he'll be after.
8.
Just to stamp his authority in this opening frame.
9.
Took the chance to bring more reds into play because he had the red over the right middle as
16.
a bit of insurance. Had he have covered them, which it looks he did, but this was always available.
17. 22.
Yeah, I must admit the last couple of days the atmosphere in the Barbican Centre has been fantastic since they've got down to the 2 table situation. You've got the crowd right around the table. When there was 4 tables there, they were all at one side.
23.
Much better now, Stephen.
Yeah, I just think it feels much more like a major event now. You're down to the 2 tables. It's a different atmosphere when there's more tables in play. Still not 100% sure if I like it, but that's what every tournament is nowadays. But certainly now, this feels like the UK Championship. I think
26.
the real top players feel better in this environment as well.
Of course, a few of the top players have gone out as
27.
we see that white come off the cushion a little bit quicker than it went on, but he's just about okay. Yeah, a few of the top players have gone out. Neil Robertson, Mark Selby, John Higgins. Of course, it was changed a couple of seasons ago to the best of 11. This year it's been changed. The semi-finals is the best of 11. So, no, not
34.
all the players agree with that, but that's what the big bosses decided would be best. Oh, look at this for a flip.
35.
He just held his hand up there just to apologise to Rod, but that little flick to put the pink on has kept him in prime position.
$41. 42.
Looks very composed, very focused.
$47.
I think over the past season or two, Dennis, his cue ball control has improved immeasurably. I think that was possibly his one weakness. He can play every shot on the
48.
table, but would lose the cue ball too much for my liking. But seems a much more complete player in the balls now. Doesn't seem to hit the ball as hard.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Stephen, and he's made 50 centuries last season, 35
54.
already this season, so he's one of the great break builders in the game. He's just reached the milestone over 300 centuries, 302 he's made, and there'll be many more to come, because this is probably the most exciting player in the game at the moment, I mean, along with Ronnie O'Sullivan.
55.
Some great players in the game, but this is just sheer natural talent you're looking at here. I think Judd Trump was, I think he was born to play snooker.
62.
And switch his hands, and
63.
a little bit like Ronnie, looks more or less the same when switching hands. Oh, I got a kick there. Might just spoil the century break. It's finished a little awkward now. So the black
70.
just jumped slightly, so should be okay. The frame's over anyway, so he'd like to make the century.
71.
Judd's made 4 centuries so far this year's UK Championship. Had a
73.
130. That's his top.
74.
But he's doing, we say it so many times, all the great players in the game seem to get out of the blocks quickly, and that's what he's doing here.
Yeah, it's all about sending a message to your opponent straight away.
80.
If you miss or you leave me in, play a bad safety, I'm going to punish you.
I'll tell you what, you've sent plenty of messages in your time, Stephen.
$81. $88.
Yeah, perfectly
90.
played. Well judged there, just to slip past the green.
93. 97.
Very well played. That's his 303rd century of his career.
Foul.
It doesn't matter about that. Little exhibition shot. Rod had one go at a long red and didn't knock it in, and that was his last shot. You can't do better than make a century in the opening frame. It's 1-0 to Judd.
I'm not sure whether that was a smile or a little grimace from Rod Lawler there, but John, you were waxing lyrical about Judd's 5th century of this UK Championship, and in particular his cue action.
I mean, he ended up having to play a snooker after this, but watch this. Is absolutely pure, right through the ball. I mean, you know, you'd be happy if you potted that and just sort of left the cue ball there to screw back and come there. OK, cannons the other red and gets a bit more impetus because of it, but what a shot that was.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, there is an argument that perhaps the balls are a little bit better than they ever used to be, but I just think he's got more cue power than anybody in the game. And when you have that amount of cue power, it makes the medium range shots a lot easier. When you're playing a screw back over, say, like 3 or 4 feet, you're not even putting as much effort in as another player would have to. So therefore, you're under control more. Yeah, and actually, I'm sure that Rod Lawler is not panicking in the slightest at the moment, because in the last 3 matches here in York, he's gone down and he's been 3-0 down to 2 fellas and come back and won 6-5. This is just business as usual.
Oh, he's just waiting for 3-0 before he starts playing. Yeah, 3-0. I mean, he should have gone 4-0 down to Martin Gould and then got out of that one. And a great performance against Mark Allen. But no, he'd obviously like to get his hand on the table and get a decent chance.
Sure would.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing from Rod. He doesn't often get on the television stages in something as big as this. I don't necessarily think he's guaranteed to have changed his game plan, but that shot he took on was a pretty aggressive shot. So perhaps he's thinking, like, yeah, I've got to make the most of my opportunities or force an issue.
I'm sure he is. And obviously Dennis Taylor in commentary mentioned that he'd had a couple of really good results, one against Stephen Hendry, another against John Parrott. But, John, I think there was one result that he forgot about, wasn't there?
I think actually in the earlier rounds, I think he makes a fellow called Dennis Taylor.
That's right, final qualifying round, 1995.
Funny how he forgot that one, isn't it?
Didn't you, Dennis?
Yeah, I forgot all about that one, Hazel. But I knew John would dig something up and remind me. But it's great to see him here anyway, that's for sure. But just going back to what Steve was saying about that shot that Judd played, you know, for me as well, he's got the best cue power, the greatest cue power in the game. With the balls being different, they're slightly lighter. We'll show you again. The balls are slightly lighter. The cloths are, you know, slightly lighter also. But you still have to cue them absolutely perfectly. It was difficult to do that way back 30 odd years ago. And people like John Spencer, even further back, John Spencer, Ray Reardon. And John Spencer could play that type of shot even on the old tables.
There's lots of pressure on these type of shots for Rod Lawler. Obviously, if he hits the pack too thick, opens him up, leaves Judd a long shot. Could be frame over. Another good safety by Judd Trump, blocking the right side of the Reds. So now this is tricky to get the cue ball back to Balk. Maybe forced into taking something on he doesn't want to here.
needs that red to pull up, because he was hoping it would stay up this end of the table, or he wobbled it in the jaws. He just played a safety shot there, but unfortunately for Rod, the red has come back up the table.
1.
Just playing to get this in the jaws of the pocket and screw the white back for safety, but he didn't get right into the jaws. Brought that other red up.
4. 5.
'You see, it's such a margin for error. The way he played the shot there, he had a chance of dropping on at least, what, 4 or 5 reds. He played into an area there. He had 2 into the left corner, he had this to the right corner.
11. 16. 17.
Well, this time I'll be able to play for the red that's closest to the left corner and then get the black into play.
$22. 23.
To force that there. The normal shot would be to screw back off the left cushion, but obviously those 3 reds
30.
were stopping that shot, so it's not perfect on this red to the right middle.
31.
Hasn't quite gone far enough in the blue either, so may have to just screw back for one of these 3 reds to the left corner.
He had a slight angle. He hadn't got much of an angle. He's done well to get the cue ball over there. That's just cue power, isn't it?
37.
Judd's mum and dad have been up here the whole week. They've enjoyed York.
44.
Well, you could be in worse places at this time of the year. Lovely city to be in, and they might be here a little bit longer the way Judd's playing. This is a terrific start.
Yeah, I said at the top of the show that Judd's yet to be put under pressure, and on paper he's had a good
45.
draw thus far in the tournament, but it's hard for someone to put Judd under pressure if they're not getting to the table. He's doing what he's here to do.
52.
Get to the table and put all the balls.
Sure. 53.
Got a slight heavy contact, but it hasn't affected anything here because he's... you could see that red clearly jumped there, but he's still got an angle on the black too. he could have done without playing the cannon, but the fact that he's finished where he is, he might have to. And can you believe it? Took his eye off
Judd
the
Trump,
pot.
53.
Unexpected that.
Yeah, just didn't seem to hit that with the authority he normally does. You see the whites stuck on the reds. Thought we'd played that with a touch more pace.
Well, he was 53 in front, so a few more pots, he would have been 2-0 in front. But he's been a little bit fortunate. The fact that he missed the black, cannoned the reds. He didn't leave Rod an easy starter here. He can cut this in, but it's awkward queuing. He could have had a much easier starter than this. And the white, well, it may come back and cannon the other red, but he'd still be on the black, but that's awkward. No, just tried the safety shot. He felt it wasn't worth trying to cut that in. And he's made a pretty good job of that from that awkward angle he was faced with. Straightforward escape is a little bit more tricky with the black being where it is. I think he can come down off those reds behind the pink and just go around the back of the black. Shouldn't be a problem. Well, he hit it too thin. I mean, that is a poor shot from Judd. There was quite a margin for error to go around the back of that.
One.
Well, an unexpected chance for Rod. We can get the black back on its spot. And a chance to battle his way back into this second frame. It's more of a compact cue action, Rod. He doesn't sort of pull the cue in and out as fluently as a lot of players do, but there's quite a few players in the game have played with this type of cue action. Obviously standing him in good stead. Certainly is in this year's championship.
Nine.
And the straight's going to be a little awkward. That's why he's had a quick glance at the pink. Well, he did well to avoid the cannon into that red. It looked, from that picture we showed you screwing back, it looked almost certain he would hit that red. So he did force an angle. Have a look at that. It's more or less dead straight. And he managed to just force a little angle there, Stephen.
That was an excellent positional shot. The yellow is the obvious problem for Rod if he's thinking about winning the frame at this visit. At the moment he'll just be concentrating on getting these reds and colours away.
17.
Yeah, the yellow you mentioned there, Stephen, it was early on. I think one of his first shots where he potted the red, Judd, and accidentally knocked the yellow safe. As it's turned out, it might come to his rescue in this frame. Yeah, this was the shot here, potting the red. He didn't intend to push the yellow safe, but as it's turned out, it's a bit of insurance now for him.
Yeah, we talked earlier about Judd's got to keep patient and avoid getting frustrated. He knows this frame should have been over by now, missed the black off a spot. And obviously Rod is nowhere near as quick a player as Judd, so now Judd's got to sit there for a while and watch Rod pot these balls when he knows the frame should have been over. And that's when frustration can kick in.
Well, you can see the average shot time there, 36 seconds for Rod, 17, that is very quick for Judd.
31.
He's looking over at the other table, Judd, at the moment, so he'll be sitting there thinking to himself, I had to miss the black off the spot, should have been in frame 3.
Yeah, well, what can happen in future frames, he can try even harder to win frames in one visit to avoid this situation. And that can affect your concentration and your focus.
$32.
I'm just wondering how he'd go about this. He could play off the last red. When he pots the blue, he could play off the last red. If he could get himself onto the pink over the right side of the table, he could then pot the pink and bring that yellow into play. I mean, the only other alternative is to pot the blue, red and black, and then he'd have to be perfect on the black to give himself a chance to get to the difficult yellow. He'll have to play on the black or screw back for the blue here, so it's going to be difficult to bring the yellow into play. He's got a slight angle here. He might just be able to do this, you know. If he comes between the pink and the brown with a little touch aside, he could move the yellow. That's the sort of line he would have to take, maybe a little bit closer to the brown, but that is on.
Yes, and the only danger with this shot is a lot of the time you get too much left-hand side on.
$43.
Just didn't get the intended screw onto it. It was more of a stun shot in the end, the way he played it. But listen, you don't have to win the frame in one visit. You know, he thought the frame was gone, and now he's right back in it.
Lawler 43.
Well, what a result he's had there. He held his hand up to apologise. He was concentrating so hard, and it wasn't an easy safety to get the white back up the table, but to get the snooker behind the blue. This yellow could go anywhere. He's got a chance. Okay, it's not a straightforward one. Green may pass the brown, but the side of the table he is every chance he could possibly get this and get onto the green. But it's a bit awkward. It's difficult to the middle. It's difficult up into the corner. If the green passes the brown, he might be able to play it up past the blue. And he's digging down on the cue ball, so it's the middle pocket.
Two.
Got the main part of the shot. That was the pot. And it does pass the brown, you would feel. I think it does. Plenty of room.
This has been a good frame, Rod Lawler. He looks pretty composed out there. This shot is a shot obviously Judd Trump would find so easy, with no effort to screw the cue ball back for the blue. You'll see how much effort Rod puts into it. He can still play the shot, but just a different cue action.
Nine.
That's okay. He can pot the blue, he can avoid the cannon on the black, and he can come back down the table, drop on the pink, and it will be a real steal for the Liverpudlian if he can take the second frame, because he thought about 10 minutes ago the frame was over. Quick glance at the scoreboard. You only need the blue and pink. Lots of side on it. He's played it well.
14.
He's played it very well.
Yeah, I must admit, I had 2 or 3 ways of playing that shot, but I didn't think of that one. Going past the black and then checking the white back. That was an excellent shot.
Well, Judd set off for the 53 break. It looked as if he was going to clinch the second frame, but the Liverpudlian fought his way back. It's now 1 each. Well played, Rod Lawler. Well, that was some frame for Rod to take. It really was, and every credit to him for the way he went about that. Because Judd was in the driving seat, it looked like he'd every chance of making another century, believe it or not. He had the balls cleaned and he got down. He's thinking of the cannon here. He was only 3 or 4 pots away from winning the frame, and somehow he just took his eye off the pot.
The third frame. Rod Lawler to break.
Yeah, pretty good return there from Judd. I don't know if he has left a possible red for Rod to go at, the one to the left of the bunch and get round the back of the black. Possibility of that. Got to be careful he doesn't catch the other two reds. If he does, miss the black. Much too thick. Now, where's this red going to finish? Well, he's got a couple of options. He hasn't left the one that's come back up the table with the cue ball. The one to the left of the blue would be probably the best one to go at. He's not even looking at the pot, so maybe this does pass the yellow. Yep. Nope.
Yeah, Rod was very fortunate there to leave such an awkward red.
Have a look at this. Wow, he almost flipped one. He couldn't envisage that happening, that's for sure. But the black's tied up, the pink's tied up. He's got an easy starter, but he needs to get back up towards the blue or both colours, but he's got an angle to do that. Thinner rather than thicker here. Well, he's hit it too thick. That's a poor shot. Still on the blue, but it's a bit awkward being a left-hander. He's going to have to avoid the reds there. You can see that's not a comfortable bridge hand. And that's why he didn't even contemplate the blue.
One. Put those down.
Well, this is an excellent safety shot. Obviously red at either side of the table for Judd, but they both look dead straight to me. Nice. Tremendous pot. Tremendous cueing. Amazing how still he keeps his head, Dennis, on these.
I mean, that is just sheer natural talent. A lot of practice goes into it as well, but I'll give him 10 out of 10 for that, definitely. And we'll give him 10 out of 10 for his long pot success rate. He's potted 3 long months. Needs a big bounce here. Not enough. It would have been some shot if he had it dropped on the one to the right of the black.
Judd Trump 4.
A great target now for Rod to get in behind the yellow, the blue and the brown. He's having a good look around, but he could come off those reds and head back towards that position that I mentioned. He'll be opening things up, so he's going to go the other side of the table, and there's not so much to get behind if he goes down the left side of the table. I think I'd be risking the other side of the table simply because of the position of the three colours there.
One.
Yeah, not a bad thing to get the blue back on its spot, because the pink's out of commission at the moment and the black spot area is just a little bit congested.
Just wonder if he can play the blue without cannon into the brown. He's going to have to play a bit of pace to get up the table. He wants to play the blue. He's looking at possibly playing a cannon on the red that's just to the left of the black spot. Those three, it's quite a big target if you bring the cue ball in there.
He's now looking at the green because of that reason you mentioned, Stephen. The brown's blocking the path back up there. Now, where's this going to finish? Well, it's very tight to be able to get onto the black here, isn't it? He can screw back, can't he, onto that red, and he'll be in perfect position.
5.
Well, it was dead straight. I don't know if he played that shot because it was dead straight, but you think the pace he's played at, he must have thought he was going to get a little cannon on that red. Still pots.
Judd Trump 5.
Definitely a little bit of frustration on his face there. He knows he wants to get these frames over and won as quickly as possible to avoid the frames dragging on. which obviously suits Rod. Rod's not bothered, he just wants to win the match, however. Quite right.
Yeah, Rod's going to do what Rod does, and that's been successful so far, with especially in his previous round, to beat Mark Allen, one of the in-form players of the season.
One. Eight. Nine. $15.
Judd does not look happy in his chair. I think one of the reasons he's not spending a lot of time watching Rod
16.
at the table, because Rod plays at the pace he does, it will basically, in plain words, it'll annoy Judd watching him, and that's why he's not spending any time watching the table. It's a test for him today, Judd Trump.
$22. $23.
He doesn't have to play any cannons or anything just
29.
yet, because in a couple of shots' time he'd be able to get onto the black and then the red that's next to it.
30.
So if he rolls this pink and if he's straight, he can leave the red that's to the left of the black and reds, and then get himself onto the black, and then possibly onto the red to the left of the black, as I mentioned. And he is straight, so.
$36. 37.
It's very neat and tidy. The cue ball is not travelling any distances, and he's in perfect position every time. He's very composed.
Yeah, it's sort of new territory again for Rod, back playing on BBC television, playing against one of the game's greats.
44.
And he's coping very nicely here. Already 34 points in the lead. If he can't hold for the black, he's got the pink.
$45.
Cues the ball probably a little bit like the way Cliff Thorburn used to do it. He doesn't feather the cue or push the cue in and out. He just sort of points at it there and gets himself set, then just pulls it back not very far and then just delivers it in a straight line. And that's the key. You know, it's all about getting the balls in the pockets, and he's got a compact action, and as long as he keeps pushing the cue through in a straight line, not a lot to go wrong. Now you're right down the cue of Rod here.
You could see his right hand, his grip hand was shaking there.
51.
There you see his hand. Look how it's shaking. So, even more impressive the way he's in perfect position every time. This is good snooker.
$52.
To come off the cushion, he'd love to cannon this red that's to the right. Half ball. We may be able to go into it directly, but cushion first and half ball would be ideal on the right hand side of that red. We just caught the red on the left hand side of it. That's why he's not on anything. So it's end of break.
59.
Yeah, that would have certainly given him this third frame had the cannon have worked out there. Now he's reluctant to move the one that's the left side of the table. He'll leave that there as a little bit of insurance, and he'll maybe send this one onto the right side cushion also. I don't think he can get in behind the three colours, but he's just putting this red onto the side cushion here.
Good Lawler, 59.
Very well played, and wasn't far away from clinching the frame with that one visit, Rod. This is good. This is a good length for the safety. got a couple of reds safe. He'd dearly love a colour safe. That would be much better from Rod's point of view. Hello. Hello. Oh, tell you what. I think he tried that, you know, because the two reds were safe. He thought, why not have a go at the double? I just need the red. And how close was he to knocking that in? Let's have another look at this. Yeah, he definitely attempted that. Well, Judd, believe it or not, is thinking about taking a double on here. He's 49 behind. He's got to get high-valued colours with the reds. Can he get onto a high-valued colour from this? Oh, the green spoiled it. He's going to have to take the pink now, because the brown's no good.
Is he going to play the pink and try and take the two reds off the cushion? I think he has to. He's forced into taking on the pink.
Judd Trump 1.
He had to knock the pink in, and he had to get two reds, two blacks, and all the colours to win the frame by a point there. Two 4-point snookers needed at the moment. Rod would dearly love to see this red disappear down the pocket. And it does.
1.
So it started off and it all looked so comfortable for Judd Trump until he missed that black off the spot, and he was 53 in front. And we have one more frame before the mid-session interval, and Rod Lawler knows that he can't be behind.
8. Nine.
He keeps looking over at the other table, Juddy. Might be better off just focusing on his match.
Rod Lawler, 9 on the frame.
He's got one more frame to try and level the scores. It'll be very, very interesting to see what happens. But Rod Lawler, with the aid of that 59 break, has got himself 2-1 in the lead.
Playing some very, very good snooker, you have to say. Complete contrast in styles between these two, isn't it, Steve?
Yes, and there are many ways to skin the snooker table, and Rod Lawler does it very well indeed. He's not as easy on the eye, let's be honest, as some players, but no less talented. But he basically honed his talent in a different direction, much more methodical approach. Very effective amongst the balls, and he's very slow, as we know, compared to some of the faster players. Tough for the faster players to deal with, isn't that, John?
Just on that point, John, short time comparison, 34 to 37 seconds for Rod, 19 to 20 for Judd. That gives you a proper evidence-based comparison.
Yeah, he's just one of those players that has to take a bit more time than somebody else. But listen, that's what sport is. You know, Judd, we all got different styles, all got different. It's up to you as a champion to go there and sort out how to do it. I mean, you know, you can play against someone, you can say he's running around the table pot and everything, and then you can play someone who's a bit more methodical. You've got to find a way to win and play against it.
Indeed, and the frustration factor, the question of frustration comes into play here. Will Judd be able to contain that frustration in this style of match? Yeah,
and it's not so much that the speed is a problem, because obviously when he wasn't playing very well and he dropped off the tour, nobody was having a problem beating him. But when the player's playing well, doesn't matter what speed they're playing at, they're tough to beat, and he's very accurate at the moment.
Yeah, full of intrigue as we go back to the last before the interval.
Yeah, and you'd feel that Judd would definitely want to be taking this frame. Okay, it's the first to 6, so you still don't want to be 3-1 behind, and well, Rod is going along very nicely here.
I think if I was Judd Trump there, I'd play a safety off the pack, bring the cue ball to the black cushion, get the reds open. I think the frame's going like this is comfortable for Rod. You know, a few safety shots, get in, make his breaks. Judd needs to put the game back in his advantage. Make it all about potting.
And every indication that we could have a slightly awkward frame here with 2 reds already up in the baulk end of the table. Just a wee bit of a stalemate at the moment, and even if he was to get the snooker behind the black, it wouldn't really matter. Well, we said at the start of this match, Judd would have to be patient. He's going to have to be patient in this frame. That one shot's got the game back to normality. Judd will just send this red back up the table, and we're back to a normal frame of snooker now. Neither player would have liked to have seen the balls finish up near those baulk colours. The red, the right side of the table, is a bit of a problem here for the safety down that side. That's why Rod's looking at the thinner snick off the left side of the pack. Got to get this thin though, otherwise he could go in off. Well played.
That's a better safety shot, although he's knocked a red over the right corner, but that's the right safety shots for Judd to be playing, opening the reds up.
One.
You could have done with just a little trace aside on that to get a bit further out into the table to make this pink a bit easier, but It's not as easy as it could have been, this. And that was the problem, you know, controlling the cue ball with having his bridge hand on the cushion just made it slightly more difficult. That might be the end of break.
7.
I mean, there is a red, it'll pass the blue. It might be worth taking this on, because I'm just looking, he could get himself on the blue. Wouldn't leave a great deal, only the red that he would attempt. Just depends how he feels.
Lord Lawler 7.
Not quite. Probably hit that one a little bit harder than he wanted to. It's a half chance now for Judd.
One.
Yeah, I say it's a half chance because the pink and black are awkward. Just wondering if he'll crash into the reds here, because there's every chance he could develop something. He's just seeing if he can get a shot that he can possibly pot a red and maybe somehow bring one of the higher valued colours into play. But let's see what he decides. He's got a few options open to him here. Neither are easy.
Yeah, I don't think he'll go into the reds because that might block up the pink and black even further. I don't know if the red to the right, the pink pots to the right corner. That's the one he'd love to play on. I must say it doesn't, because he would have played for it.
6.
I could play to just drop on the black, but the only problem with this is it looks as if
7.
the black will finish up on the brown spot. You see, he's got a slight angle on the black here, but he can't play to flick that red away from the pink, but he'd run out of position.
I think if he plays a soft cannon on that red to the right of the pink, he'll still be on the red to the left corner. Now, how straight is he on this red?
$14.
Well, we may have to see some of that terrific cue power that he has. Have a look at this shot that he's trying here.
$15.
It's never going to be easy, even with Judd's cue power. Got lots of spin there, but not quite enough side on it.
Blue ball. $20.
A very generous round of applause for a good pot, but this one's even more difficult. Another Judd special coming up, possibly. It sure is.
21.
I mean, this is delightful. It really is. Still very difficult though. The reds are okay, but colours are awkward. Well, that could be unlucky, you know. That could be very unlucky.
23.
You'd have thought he'd have finished on at least one pot, but they're all blocking each other. Just a good safety. Well, I say a good safety. Looking at the plant now. Quite easy to get in behind the green, brown and black, but he's trying to make something happen here, and there's a bit of distance between that plant and not in a direct line. I think he might just, well, he's taking it on. And I think he was even debating about taking it on in such a way that he could possibly bring the pink into play. He's just got to play the good safety here, twice across in behind those colours and wait for another chance.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier about him just being desperate to win frames in one visit to avoid sort of long safety battles, long frames. But he's played a good shot there.
See, if he lands on one of the reds that are to the right of the pink, he might just get away with it, but the middle pocket's slightly in the way of that. Is he going for the two cushion escape, just flicking the reds to get back up the table? That's what he's tried. A long way off, that might hit the black.
Foul. And a miss.
Oh, it's a free
front
ball.
Free ball.
That's the worst outcome from Rod's point of view, because Judd has got an easy starter here. If he pots the black, that will count as a red. That'll be 1 point,
Black.
and then he'll get himself onto a colour.
One.
And that certainly helps now with the black on the pink spot. I was a wee bit careless that he just got down and stunned it too much.
6.
Too much pace. Be okay, like, but see, he's running away from it, whereas he could have stayed on the black
7.
had he played a better positional shot previously there. See, when you run slightly out of position, it's a few shots to get back into perfect. This was the one
11.
here. See, he just got too much pace on that. And the one to the left of the black should have been straight into the left corner. And now he's having to work harder than he would have done.
$12.
Is he on this black? I think he's just about.
A little bit of pressure on this black. Now you see, Justin was never
12.
in perfect position, was he?
One.
Yep, reverse side, just swing it over past the blue. Not quite far enough though. He's got to go around the angles with this. Lots of topspin. You can see where he's striking the cue ball there, right on the top and right hand side. And he's made a pretty good job of this, as long as it doesn't finish tight on the cushion.
Eight. Nine.
Yeah, that shot he played on the blue to go right round the table. That's where you hit it there, top spin.
16.
When you strike it, you can see it starting to spin. It hits the red and carries on spinning, and then eventually it heads off after the red. It's amazing what does happen. Never used to be able to see this. But some of the shots we have nowadays is fantastic. With the slow-mo, the shot where you're going the full length of the table, it's amazing how many times the ball bounces before it gets to the object ball. Meanwhile, Rod is carrying on very nicely here, Stephen.
Yeah, the red that's in between the pink and black. If you could get high in that red, you could play a little cannon on the red that's to the right of the pink. I'm sure the pink pot's the left corner. So we just need to stun run through this cue ball. Just about an inch. Well, he's not played that shot. But that red doesn't pot, so he's going to have to play a cannon sooner or later.
24. $25.
Yeah, he keeps looking at that red that Stephen mentioned to see if he could pot it without playing the cannon in a couple of shots' time. Just weighing everything up here, Rod. Mid-session interval coming up. If he could get to that interval leading 3-1, he'd be absolutely delighted. Now there is a chance that he could, if that red doesn't go, he's looked at it so many times, there's a possibility of potting this and just flicking the red away
32.
when he comes off the back cushion here.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons he's been reluctant to cannon the red from the black is if he doesn't want to put the red safe on the cushion. But as you say, if he could cannon it now off the cushion, he would be knocking it into the open part of the table.
$33.
Well, that's what he tried to do, but he mishit it. Yeah, Rod was just attempting to stun off the cushion there with a little bit of side and just flick that red. just didn't get the side on it.
Rod Lawler, 33.
Not a bad shot. Clever little shot there from Rod, because it's an easy snooker to escape from. But if Judd was to come off the right side of the table as we look at it, land on that red this behind the pink, he'd leave the other one. So that's the reason. And he'll still have to be delicate, but very little chance of leaving one going this way. Tell you what, that shot tests the table fitters here who put these tables in and do a fantastic job. But that run very straight indeed. At that pace, it's quite easy. It can turn off. And that's another little gem from Rod. It really is. Landing on the two reds behind the pink here. It's a little bit narrow. Is it going to reach?
Foul and a miss. Rod Lawler 4.
That was the correct line. He just didn't hit it hard enough. Well, he's still looking over at the other table and mumbling to himself there. So.
Okay.
Same line, more pace. Well played. He's going to be in that baulk cushion again very shortly, as Judd.
May be able to see enough of this red that's touching the black to pot it to the left corner. Once again, you'll have to be pretty precise with this. I think he can get up past the blue and maybe get snooker behind the green here. Play it thick enough to
Well, thinner towards the green might have been better. He's left a pretty easy return for Rod here. Can't be much of this sticking out there. You see it. Oh. Hey. Yes, Judd's a thin ball wizard with that shot. That really was a great pop. Considering the cue ball was going close to the left centre, he's controlled that really well. And because he's having to spend long time in his chair in between pots at the moment. Didn't quite work out. It's quite a thin snick, this, by the looks of things. If he can't pot it, I mean, a little double kiss would have been ideal there. Has he got enough side to get behind the green? He hasn't, has he? He has.
Good front 6.
You had the green and brown to snooker behind, and well, maybe it's just gone that little bit too far. Yeah. Yeah, I think he can only see the left side of the red. Full ball, that's why he's coming off the side cushion. He could leave this. He's hit it a bit hard. He's hit it a bit hard. He played to hit the other one there, I think.
Yeah, I think you could see what Judd thought of that. He hasn't hit this anywhere near hard enough. This is a poor shot. And he could be in trouble after this one now.
Two ways of getting up behind the green and brown. He can swing it around the angles or plain ball. The red may go into the other red and bring it into play, but doesn't concentrate on that cue ball. If he can get this right, even if he does bring the other red into play, if he can get behind that green and brown, what a chance he could give himself here. As I said, two ways to get there, plain ball or lots of side. He's played it with the side. He's hit it all wrong. With the side, he finished up hitting it too thin, the first red. At least he hasn't stuck it up. But Judd a chance to get down behind the green and brown. Doesn't want to push the black safe if he plays that though. Much better this time. Is there enough pace on it? Not quite. Just holding his hand up to apologise, but what a lovely flick that was. Because Rod was going to have a pot on. He's played it pretty well, but have a look at this. He not only hits the green and the brown, but to finish in behind the yellow. He's going to do well here, Rod, not to leave some sort of pot coming off the bottom cushion. There's always a chance he could maybe even pot this, depending on how he hits it, but you'd think he'd leave some sort of pot. And he wasn't far off potting it. I wonder will Judd be patient here, because there is a shot on, a little thin one off that red to get up behind the green. The one to the middle pocket is too difficult because of the white tucked up in the cushion. But you know what he's like, Judd. He very rarely refuses anything. Well played. One. That was a much better shot than it looked, because the white was almost tight on the cushion. And that's a pretty good shot as well. Needs a little bounce off the cushion.
Four.
It wasn't easy. Finished awkward on that red.
Judd Trump 4. One.
I think he just tuck up behind the pink here. No value in potting the black. Well, he's got a little bit of angle on the black, but he'd have to power it out. There you can see, well, maybe he'd have to play this with a touch aside, and well, he's screwing it back, but you'd think it'd be easier with top spin inside to get Summer into a position as he could have a go at the yellow. He's looking at the score. He's 4 points behind.
Rod Lawler 1.
Well, I think your shot, top spin and right hand side, would have taken less pace to get the cue ball up to where it is now. But he's been very fortunate. He's left Judd hampered by the black.
It's coming up to 36 minutes and counting away there, so this is the longest frame so far, and this is good. This is very good. He's going to have to get the long rest out, the extension on his cue, just to come off the cushion and land on the yellow because the pink's blocking the pocket. Is that going to reach? Just about. Not sure if he can get in behind the green and brown again. I don't think he can from this angle because he can't afford to take the yellow too far away from the cushion. So it's all about getting just a good cue ball. Just try and get it on the cushion there, just to the left of the blue. I think that's about the best he could do. Where's that cue ball going? It's going dangerously close to the pocket. Just seemed to pull away slightly as it went towards the pocket, because it was definitely heading in line for the pocket at one stage. And let's have a look. Just there, it just started drifting away from the pocket. Interesting.
This looks a better safety shot from Judd. I mentioned earlier about Judd's not being really put under much pressure in this tournament. He's under pressure in this frame. He doesn't want to go 3-1 down.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you hit the yellow. You're never sure where you're going to send the yellow from this position. You just hope for the best. Pretty good, or maybe it's not quite hard enough, not just. think what he tried there, a little smile from Judd. I think Rod was trying to send the yellow onto the blue, bring it into play and just leave the yellow where the blue is, but he'll settle for where it's finished.
You know, these little shakes of the head and looks of frustration from Judd. If Rod's watching that, it can only give him confidence. He'll just keep doing what he's doing.
Well, that's a mistake. It's not an easy chance here, but if he pots the yellow, he's definitely going to have a shot at the green. Now, is that yellow straight or is there a slight angle? But after this tactical battle, it's not a straightforward. He's got the slight angle. He will be on the green, but this is not as easy as you would think. Yeah, it could happen. Now, where's it going to finish? He'll hold the hand up and apologise.
That was well played, that little snooker, because he didn't want to put the yellow on a cushion. He's kept it in the open. So not only more difficult to hit, but more difficult to get safe.
Foul.
Well, that's a surprising miss.
Trump
I think the fact that he hit it harder and was just hoping to knock the yellow safe, the fact that he hit it harder, he lost the line. And now this is a chance for Judd. Two. He's going to need the difficult blue, but if he can get the green and get a good angle on the brown and just drop in behind the blue, that's all he'll need.
Five.
Well, he didn't screw it back as far as he wanted. And now he might have to risk the cannon, which he didn't really want to play. He just wanted to drop in behind the blue, leave it along the cushion into the left corner pocket. I don't know if he can still hold, because if he goes the other side of the blue, it's more difficult into the opposite corner. So can he drop on it, or is he going to have to play the little cannon? He had to try the cannon, and that's what can happen.
9.
Amazing. That was all because he didn't get on the brown when he potted the green. When you have to risk playing a little cannon, it's amazing how it can go wrong. And he's 17 ahead with 18 left on the table. It's a blue ball fight now. Because whoever pots the blue is going to win the frame. As you can see, the pink's over the pocket. So amazing what can happen. Well, this is a clever shot. This is a very clever shot indeed.
Good front 9.
Boy, was that some shot he's pulled out there. Now, Rod is looking to see if he can pot the blue off the cushion, but it'll go close to hitting the pink. He's looking again, but it's very, very tight as to whether he'll get the pot or as to whether he'll clip the pink. And Paul Collier, the referee, will have to keep a beady eye on this. And he's right in next to the shot, the referee. Oh, this could be a difficult decision.
Foul.
That was the pink. Definitely was the pink. It didn't look on. For me, it didn't look on. And Rod now. Yeah, you could see that. I didn't think he could do that.
Five.
So it's been a long, hard-fought frame. 47 minutes. And he puts his cheeks out as Judd Trump. And he'll be pleasantly pleased at going to the mid-session interval. 2 frames all.
And we saw a couple of brilliant shots in that frame from Judd Trump, not least tucking him up there behind the pink at the end there, John.
That was an absolutely fabulous shot. We've mentioned, you know, maybe just a few safety shots here and there. Judd could just go to that another level, but that was an absolute peach. He won't play many better shots than that. And we saw him when he finished puff his cheeks out there after 47 minutes or whatever it is. But the only thing wrong with 47-minute frames is if you lose them. If you win them, happy days.
Absolutely, and we haven't been able to see some of that trademark power from Judd Trump so far in the last 3 frames or so, Steve.
Well, Rod Lawler can play great safety, but when he's scoring as well, he's a very tough animal to beat around the table. He can keep any player quiet on the. And from that perspective, I like watching him play. I know he's going to occasionally get people go, oh, it's not pretty, it's not good to watch it. But from a snooker perspective, I think a snooker fan will appreciate all different styles.
It's very tidy. It's very efficient snooker he's playing out there.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. And John, how would you go about this if you were Judd Trump facing a very stubborn, very wily opponent such as Lawler this afternoon now?
Well, I think you have to put as much, if not more, concentration into playing somebody like that, because you need to give them as little table time as you can. I mean, I remember years ago, one of the best match players I ever played was Terry Griffiths. He was fantastic at it, and he used to play against Stephen. When Stephen played him, Stephen never missed a ball. Every time he seemed to play Terry, he never missed a ball. He basically didn't put himself through because he didn't give him any to look at. And he really actually doubled his focus, if you like, because he knew that if he gave him so much table time, it might get awkward. His safety was so good. He just played. He played to suit him, really.
Yeah. There is an added problem for a player. He could be encouraged to lose his concentration.
Yes.
Without the screens now in the middle, you've got another table to watch, and we've seen players looking across quite a bit. So, you know, some players don't mind doing that. Others seem to. You know, they'd say, "I'm still concentrating. I'm just sort of wondering when I'm just going into sort of standby mode." But you'd say you really should look at the whiteboard, focus on the player.
Yeah, but famously, we saw at the quarter-final at the Crucible a few years back, Peter Ebdon up against Ronnie O'Sullivan, and clearly there was a real concentration problem there because Peter was not deliberate, we don't think, slowing things down, obviously, but it was a real test of mental strength from Ronnie's perspective, and one that he didn't really come through.
No, but this is what you're going to get. I mentioned it earlier. It's all about different styles, and as a champion, you have to come up. You know, people aren't there to make it easy for you. That's sport. You know, I mean, why do you see football teams set up the way that they do? They go there to make it awkward for the opposition sometimes. You've got to be good enough to get past it.
All right, Dr. Davis, you have a choice to make, I understand, because you do have your surgery this afternoon, your practice table.
Yeah, I know. Well, what was that? What started off, Judd Trump played a monstrous screwback in the first frame.
Yep.
And I, obviously, as the professional, said, I'll demonstrate that for you if you want.
Yes.
And then, of course, Rod got into his and we were talking about the fact Rod was shaking a bit. And I thought, well, I could demonstrate what to do for a club player if they feel like they're shaking. So I thought I'd leave it down to you two. Which would you prefer? Would you want me to demonstrate the big screwback or the... Okay.
Well, we would ask the viewer, obviously, and I'm sure you have your views. So I think we'll just go with both, please.
What?
Yes, do both.
Both.
You're not getting out of this deep screwback. Okay, no way. Go for it.
Right.
You're going that way. You're going that way.
I'll go around this. Okay. Okay. So let's take first of all Rod Lawler. And he shakes a lot on the shot. You can see him shaking like that. We see a few other players shaking, like John Higgins and Mark Selby. But if you're shaking, if you're a club player and you're like that, okay, when you get to play the game of snooker, if you are shaking and you're going to pull the cue back a long way, shaking, and then you've got to get it back to the same point as where you're aiming your cue, that's quite difficult to do. So what Rod Lawler does successfully is he doesn't try and pull the cue back a long way like a lot of players. What Rod Lawler does is pull the cue back a very short distance when he hits a shot. So if you're going to be in a club, draw a little pencil mark, and you can just see this thing I've got here. I had it years ago. It's just a bit of a burn mark on my cue. Just draw a pencil mark around a sort of 10 inches, 11 inches, something like around that mark. Put your bridge a bit closer to the ball. This will make sure you don't pull the cue back as far, and effectively try and limit your backswing so that then you can hit the ball and perhaps return it to the middle part in the right place. You'll find, first of all, you find that you haven't got enough room to play the shot. You haven't got enough power in your arm, but you'll generate that as you get on. So therefore, you're limiting the amount of error you're going to put into the shot, and you might find under pressure you'll be better. Now, when it comes to the big screwback, the big Judd Trump screwback, I can't wait for this. I can't wait for this. You know full well, anybody who's watching snooker, I'm not the biggest screwback player in the world. Judd Trump, obviously, to play a power screwback, you've got to pull the cue back a long way. And you've also got to get it back to where it came from. But what Judd Trump does is he generates so much acceleration from the back of his backswing that he can generate enough power and hits low enough on the ball that he can make that white ball fizz. So it's not just about pulling the cue back a long way, it's from this position generating enough speed, and the only way you can do that is with lots of practice and having good reflexes. So, here we go. You're going to line up the shot, you're going to pull it back, the cue's going to be pulled back to its extreme, and then from that point you're going to explode like a Ferrari. And, well, it's difficult if you do it like that, obviously. But that's why I'm in the studio and Judd Trump's out there.
I did notice that Mr. McGill, Anthony McGill, is actually practising way up the other end. I don't think he's actually learned anything from that. Never mind. Good try, Steve. We'll get you to keep practising. All right. We're going to get into the other match out there this afternoon. It's Sean Murphy against Marco Fu. And believe it or not, this is the fourth time this year that this pair have actually squared up against one another. The most famous encounter that they've had, you might well remember this, it's the 2008 United Kingdom Championship final, when, in effect, a fluked pink was all that was standing between the two of them in the end.
My victory in this tournament 6 years ago just seems like a lifetime ago, but I can remember parts about it. I was going through some turbulent times in my life, and went to the tournament really just to try and get away from everything, and you know, a good week and a half, 2 weeks worth of playing got me through the event and ended up winning the tournament. It was a breath of fresh air.
It was a very important match for both of us. I think I played quite well all the way through that week, but just the final wasn't a very good game. I had chances and he had chances, but just couldn't really take them. So yeah, disappointed, but it's still a very big occasion.
The match with Marco in the final, you know, was a good game. There was nip and tuck all the way. I don't remember either of us really running away with it, and we ended up being 9 apiece. So we're down to a deciding frame. Who could stand up the longest? Who could stop shaking and try and win the match? I think everyone loved it. The crowd enjoyed it. And I ended up with a really good opportunity towards the end. I only needed the pink with the last red safe. I stood behind the shot, did all my pre-shot routine, took a deep breath. This is when you find out how good you are. And I missed it. And the pink went around the table off 2 cushions and in a middle pocket. And, you know, some of my relatives, of course, will be Irish with a name like Sean Murphy. And that was definitely luck of the Irish right there. You know, I've had 4 tournament wins this season so far, 3 1-4-7s. But you know, it would be nice to get one of the big ones. It'd be nice to, you know, be competing for those big championships again, like a few seasons ago.
It feels like I'm slowly getting my game to where I'm happy. I think that's quite important, especially against a top player in the UK Championships. Such an important event. So yeah, it's nice to feel that way before a match, and yeah, let's see what happens today.
Yes, as I say, 3 previous meetings this year alone. Murphy's had the better time of it at both the Masters in their quarter-final in January and at the Crucible, actually, in the opening round there. But Marco sprinted away with a 4-1 win at the recent Champion of Champions. Overall, it's 9-6 in the Englishman's favour. Well, Sean took the first frame with an opening knock of 53, and now in the second, Marco facing a problem. He's 34 points behind, and we will join Willie Thorne and John Virgo for this one.
Didn't make the contact, and it was a tough shot, don't get me wrong.
So far, John, it's not anything easy, has he, Marco? He's always been kind of having to do things with the cue ball, and of course you never settle at this game until you get a 20 or 30 break, get your cueing arm going, and obviously you settle more when you win a frame. This frame looks like disappearing now, though.
Yep. This black will put Sean 42 points in front. Well, once again, asking for the cue ball to be clean. Now, the red he's closest to, does it pass the pink to the far right corner? If it does, he's not too bad. Well, it does. I mean, he's got one to the right middle as well. Well, that's the one he prefers.
9.
So he's still in pretty good shape. Not got the perfect angle on the black here. May have to play a little cannon again. He'd rather not, but I don't think he can just play on the one red that will pot. I mean, he could play for the red up in the baulk end, but cannon looks the most obvious shot. Well, he did think he could hold it. I didn't think he could, and he's not perfect on this red.
With the rest, though, John never misses with the rest, Stephen Hendry says.
Yeah. The reason, obviously, he didn't play the cannon because he was a bit concerned that playing the cannon it could have gone wrong, and he's right, but this red should have been a little easier than this. 50 points the lead. Red, colour red, still needed.
Once again, right into the heart of the pocket. Doesn't have a great angle on the black. He'll have to play a stun run through here to get onto the 2 reds. The bottom one would be available in the opposite corner to the black he's playing now. A lot of power needed to play this stun run through. Decided to take one in the middle. Funny, from that half-camera position there, that doesn't look on, but when we show you this 24. Next camera angle, you'll see that it clearly is.
25.
Yeah, and that was the red that clinches the frame. And now there's no way that Marco Fu will be coming back to the table.
33.
You want my phone?
39. 40.
Yeah, excellent shot to develop the last red.
42. 43. $48. 50.
And Marco at the moment, that's where he's been most of the time, he's sat in his seat.
53.
Sean is dominating the table time at the moment, and Marco's got to be patient.
57. 62. 68.
Well played, Sean Murphy. There was a moment in that frame when Marco Fu looked as though he had a chance, called a foul on himself, and eventually Sean Murphy ran out a comfortable winner of the second frame. 2-0, the Magician.
Well, he certainly looks very sharp today, and I should tell you that only about 10 minutes before he was due to go out and play this afternoon, about 10 to 1, when we were rehearsing to come on air, Sean was in here in his jeans, T-shirt, practising away, looking very, very relaxed, and then suddenly, like Superman himself, he emerges from his dressing room and goes out there, 2-0 in front. Looks very sharp so far. Into frame 3, we're going to take you in here, and Marco has a slight advantage here.
What a shot that was. Misses the black, he'd be perfect on it. But good shot needed. As Willie mentioned earlier, the yellow only available really into the far right corner. So a good positional shot required here. Needs to run. Needs to run a bit more. Not quite far enough. The problem is, in potting the yellow, he'll be running into the green. I don't see how he can avoid the cannon on the green. Well, he did just about manage to hold it. What a chance. Up to and including the pink needed to take the third frame. Good shot. Oh, he's missed it. Now he was up quick. Did he think he had a bad contact again? Whatever. It was another chance to win the frame. Fortunately, the Browns run safe. Where's the Brown going? Well, I don't know whether Marco is benefited by that Brown going in or not. Both players now need blue and pink.
Marco full 4.
Trying to swing the cue ball around, getting him behind the black. The only problem with that is he's keeping the blue off the cushion. But very, very tough pot to take on this one. And the safety is not straightforward because if he plays the white up and down, the double kiss is on. If he plays the cross double, the double kiss is on. Not straightforward, this one. Surely he's not going for the pot. Oh, I don't know. I suppose he felt he was getting a good white, but I don't really see the point of that. He'd pot that 1 in 10.
Marco, remember? Blue and pink needed. Where's that blue going? Oh, what a fluke that is. Puts his hand up to apologise. But it won't stop him going all out for this pink to win the frame.
Well, what a topsy-turvy frame that was. 33 early on from Murphy. Looked like winning it. Fu replied with a break of 40, and that as the catalyst to take him into that winning frame by 2 frames to 1.
Well, a fluke on the blue, yes, but I think Marco is probably due a fluke against Murphy with memories of 6 years ago. And in fact, Marco won the 4th frame as well to make it 2-all at the interval. And immediately after that, here we are in frame 5, and Shaun Murphy has started off very, very well here. Hadn't made a century so far in this championship this year. And here he is en route to a cracking break. What a contribution this is. This for a 137. In she goes, and the winner of this event in 2008, runner-up to Mark Selby 2 years ago as well, is very much on form. And in fact, we are now going to join this match live out in the Barbican Arena. This is frame 6. By the way, the Trump-Lawler match is available via the BBC Sport website, and it will shortly be on the red button as well. We'll be getting back into that one in a little while, but clearly this match is fairly hot, and we're going to rejoin John and Willie for this.
Yes, thank you, Hazel. Well, as you saw, Shaun Murphy made a 137 in the last frame, and it looked as though he was on for a big one here. But he went into the reds, he broke them perfectly, and somehow he didn't finish up on one. And he tried to recover by playing one red in off the other, but caught it too thin, and that has gifted this opportunity to Marco.
70.
And as we've said many, many times, the first 40 or 50 points in a break are always a little bit hard work because you've got to play little cannons and things. Usually the last 50 or 60 points in a break, like Marco Fu's coming to the table, are quite straightforward. He's got the one problem here, the 2 reds on the left-hand side near the pocket are covering one another. That's the only stumbling block I can see for Marco here, not to win the frame at this visit. Highest break of the match so far for Marco, only 55. He'll need more than that from this visit. He's going to take this frame.
He'd like to have that one back.
32.
I presume he's played for the red into the right middle, but well short of pace here with the cue ball. Wanted to run it on at least another foot. Well, decided he was in such bad position, he played for the red to the far right corner rather than the middle. That's how poor the positional shot was off the black.
Well, he's just played a dangerous plant at his previous visit. He's looking at the plant. This one's slightly easier, I've got to be honest. Didn't have to do anything with the cue ball, really. Just stop the cue ball dead and he'll be on the black. Depends how thin he feels it is. So try out plant number 2 in this frame, both of which are difficult. Well done. Well done. That should be a frame winner.
Yes, well judged. obviously a little straighter on this black than he would prefer. Otherwise he'd have played it by now. Dear me. Well, he's not played it well, and saw the black only just went in here.
8.
He's not perfect on the red by any means.
Yes, it must be worrying really when you're playing a run through, the players are fancying getting a kick, and even off that screw shot there he got a heavy contact. So it's betwixt and between. It's on in the middle, it's on in the corner. Which way will he play?
Decided to play the double, and the reason he played the double is if he'd have played the cut into the left middle and missed it, he'd have left a chance of one of those 3 reds for Marco. Playing the double, the only red he could leave was the one he was playing.
Well, has the yellow come to his rescue? I think not. I thought for 1 minute he got away with it, but then the next kiss left the red in the middle. He's had 2 good chances in this frame already, Sean Murphy. So should he go on to lose it, he's only himself to blame.
Nice positional shot. Not certainly about the availability of those 2 reds that are close together. May have to play a little cannon to bring them both into play.
5.
He can certainly do that now off the black. Couldn't have played it better. So the only problem ball is the red that's near the left-hand cushion, as we watch that well-judged cannon once again.
13.
Just wonder if he'll try and get onto the yellow after the next red, John, to leave that half-ball angle to try and bring that red into play. Be as good a choice as anything, either the yellow or the pink. There's enough room, I think, just to bring the red into play from the pink. It depends what colour he plays for off this last red.
$20.
We tried to bring it off with the impot in the other red. Didn't look to be a gap round the back of that. We'll just lay the snooker now. And at this stage of a frame, snooker can give you a real big advantage.
Marker full 21.
The age-old problem now. Got to hit the red and got to get it safe. Looking at a big swerve here.
So much more difficult now, John, isn't it, to play the swerve than it used to be?
Back looking at the swerve, but it is a big swerve. The reason he fancies the swerve, if he just catches the red thin, he'll put distance between the red and the cue ball, but
Foulness.
as I say, it was a big swerve. Miss automatically called. Wasn't far away.
Yeah, the problem.
So that's where it was originally. That's where it is now. It looks good enough. Looks good enough.
Come on. Yeah.
Everybody's giving it the thumbs up, the marker, the referee. So he'll try it again. Further away that time.
Foulness.
Which tells me that maybe that shot's not on.
I thought Marco might have had a little wander down the table there to see what kind of angle he had on as the free ball, just to roll the black in the middle, because he would have been absolutely perfect on the black again. Because the thing is, if he gets his shot right, you know, he's not getting any advantage. And that 8 points and the safety shot would have been better off.
Where's the cue ball gone?
How on earth could he... well, a billiard player couldn't have played that shot.
Amazing, he couldn't swerve it enough, and then all of a sudden he swerved it and hit the red half ball. Going off. Gift now to Marco Fu to level the match once more.
1.
But Sean's had his chances. He didn't make the most of them. Okay, he was unlucky early on in the frame when he went into the reds and finished up on nothing. But he had another chance after that.
6.
So Marco, without doing a lot, is keeping tabs with Sean.
8.
Now 29 points in front, 25 remaining, but Sean won't be getting back to the table.
15. $20. 26.
So in goes the black, cue on the table, running out of the arena. Sean Murphy disappointed. He wasn't lucky at the start of the frame, but he had chances after, and Marco Fu has levelled again. This time it's 3-all.
And we rather suspected that this one would be close, and it is living up to expectations. In fact, there was a moment earlier in this frame, just before we came to it live, that proved to be fairly decisive in the end, John.
Yeah, I get the impression from watching this, I've been keeping an eye on it, that Sean's in better form than Marco, and he was on a roll. He made a 1-3-7, splits the pack up. Look at the reds, they've gone all over the table. 2 on the left have lined up, 2 on the right no good. One, the red near the white stops it as well. I mean, he's absolutely so unlucky to finish there. So above all else, you can be playing great, but if you have a bad run of the balls like that, I mean, that was a huge part of this match.
OK, so John feels that Sean might be in a bit of form coming into this. And what are your observations of what you've been watching? In fact, you've been watching 2 matches at the same time.
Yes, well, I mean, I think general observations of Marco Fu is he's a great match player and you know, difficult to beat. And if he gets enough chances, even if he's the lesser of the 2 players on the day, effectively, he can still turn any top player over. Very underrated, been around for many years, very experienced, but able to win, able to clinch a match as well.
Yeah, and actually a brilliant season for him last term, because he won the Australian Open, and it turned into what was one of his best ever terms. He came from just outside the top 10 and launched himself into the top 10 once again, and you tend to forget that he's always there.
Well, he's a quiet man of snooker, isn't he, really? He doesn't go shouting himself from the rooftops, but he's an excellent all-round match player. He's beaten everybody in the game at some point, and when he does find form, he can win a tournament. I think, as I say, from watching what I've seen so far, the one thing that Sean's got to guard against here is getting a little bit frustrated, because I can sense that he's absolutely hitting the ball as good as he can hit it, but it's not quite going his way at the minute, and he doesn't want to start, as Willie would say, push the boat out and just go a little bit too far, because he really is hitting the ball beautifully.
He has, and he's made some fantastic breaks. I mean, a 1-3-7 in the second last frame there, but also 3 maximums already this year. And he said that he and his coach Chris Henry have actually targeted maximums. They've been going for these things. He's been showing much more determination to have a crack at these.
Yeah, and it's an area of the game that obviously everybody's been increasing the amount of maximums they make. But generally, if you're concentrating and focusing your positional play around the black, you're scoring at a lot quicker rate than a player that's all over the table potting colours. So it's not a bad thing to work out the best way to do it, as long as you're not risking sacrificing a pot just to get on the black. But yeah, when you see how easily Ronnie O'Sullivan makes breaks around the black spot, perhaps that's not a bad idea.
It certainly indicates how positively he's thinking. Back we go then. Willie and John, back to you.
Yeah, very interesting, that little chat there between you 3 people in the studio. And of course we were having a little chat as we sit in the commentary box, and we're trying to put a finger on why Sean seemed to dominate match after match after match, like he has done this one, and we found it 3-0. You were talking off air, John, there about when he played Jack Lazowski in the previous game. He was some 300 points in aggregate in front, but of course I think at the time it was 5-4. So it's just one little, there's something missing somewhere.
Yeah, it just seems to be with Sean, and John Parrott hit the nail on the head. I mean, he is the better player of the 2 so far in this match, but it seems that if Sean doesn't win a frame in one visit with a big break and he gets to a tactical sort of game, he doesn't win many tactical frames. The frames he's winning is the ones where he gets in and makes the big breaks.
And you can't do that all the time, even though he has been doing it on the vast majority of the tournaments this season. Hence 3 maximums and 5 tournament wins as well. But once again, there's a prime example of a very, very poor safety shot.
Yeah, just caught it a fraction too thin. That's why he caught the bump in the middle pocket. But he's not left anything that easy. So it could have been worse. That was an attacking type of shot from Marco, but you can see on his face he's not happy with the result. He's left the red on here. Positively playing the red into the pink, thinking, well, I'll be in the ball, Ken, but he's overhit the cue ball a bit. And that's why he's left this red on. And nicely slotted in, played it with confidence, and nicely on a baulk colour. Not the best opportunity at the moment, of course. Black's tied up, pink's not on its spot. So for the time being, at least, he'll have to just concentrate on the blue and baulk colours. I'm just looking to see if he can play on the pink, and if this red is the one that's tying up the pink spot, then it might be worth playing, but no, he's had second thoughts. Back for the blue.
4.
Yeah, there you go, you see. If he'd have potted that red, then he'd have cleared and made room for the pink, but he didn't fancy on that occasion. But he won't want to be potting the pink until he removes that red. So he decided he'd have to play for the pink, but I think the pink may be out of commission. If there's no spot available, well, it does go on. 16. But it's still in a position where it's certainly not possible into the corner pockets.
One of those where you're just going to have to risk playing the slow cannon from blue to pink in a minute, just to get top side of the blue. And just try and play the slow cannon onto the pink. If you don't want to play it too hard, because you may put the pink on the side cushion. The slow cannon, of course, will still leave him choice of 2 reds. Decided not to play it. Strange that, because if he doesn't get the angle to get top side of the blue again, he might not be able to do it.
22.
He's on 2 reds here, none of which are our great position. So Sean Murphy usually very, very attacking. I'm really surprised he didn't try and free the pink.
$23.
That's nice, and I think he's just loosened the pink enough. The pink may now be available into a corner pocket. Yes, it's available now into the left corner. As we look.
$28. $29.
Yeah, it's one of those type of situations you just got to give it full concentration here, because with the black being out of commission, you've got to keep going back up for the blue, but you need that nice angle all the time. So far, so good.
$34. 35.
And this time he's not got the right angle on the blue.
Played that one nicely though. This is the key red. Once he gets rid of this red next to the pink, if pink
40.
becomes available into all 4 pockets, and doesn't have to worry then about the black. He can score enough points off the remaining loose reds with pinks or blue to once again go 1 frame in front at 4-3. Took him a while to get on that red, but eventually he did. And now the balls are perfect.
$47. 48.
Anything but straight on the pink. But the fact that he's, well, you couldn't be straighter, could you? Worst possible result. It's amazing sometimes, isn't it, how the balls dictate on what shot you're going to have to play.
Just a fraction of an angle on this pink in the corner. Maybe he can run through round 2 cushions and still get on the red. Blue. 2 away from the black, but he's decided on the long blue. Usually, well, these top players now, John, never miss those, do they normally?
No, but he'd rather have had a nice angle on the pink. But
53.
Good pot. He's missed a few with the rest this afternoon, which is unusual for Sean. But not that one. And 54. The red second right of the black just dropped the pink in, play for that red into the opposite corner. And that's all he needs is this pink and 1 more red.
Yeah, that's why I was saying about it looks to be plain sailing to win the frame at this visit. I'm not saying you're going to clear up, obviously, where the balls are, but the key thing was to make it a frame-winning break, and he looks like doing just that.
61.
Would love at least 1 more red to keep Marco sitting in his chair, but doesn't want to get involved in a prolonged safety exchange with Marco getting, or trying to get snookers.
$67.
And then
68.
I'm sure whatever happens will keep Marco sitting in his chair. So just as we talked about, not only in the studio, but here in the commentary box with JV and myself, that when the game's open and flowing, Murphy wins them, and when it's a bit tight, Fu wins them. You're going to have to find a way of winning a few scrappy frames, Murphy, if he's going to go on to continue being a dominant force in the game, which he certainly is at the minute.
75 from
the Marco Fu nods his head. Next in break of 75. He's had 53, 75, 137 as well. So he's playing well, but he still only leads by 1 at 4-3.
Well, that's the potted history for Sean Murphy. 5 ranking titles. Should have been more with his ability, Willie.
Yeah, and that's what we've been talking about, isn't it? When he's at his best, he can beat anybody in the world. And, you know, for me now, he's a top 4 or 5 player, the way he's playing at the moment. Just got to find a way of knuckling down a little bit when things are not going as well as they should do.
Oh, this is a poor shot from Marco. I thought that red was going to run a little bit further. It's still a possibility into the left middle, but another roll or two, it'd have been well on. Someone's just delivered him a mug of what?
Are you looking for the Chinese for tea, John?
No, I'm wondering whether it was Ronnie sometimes just has a cup of hot water, doesn't he? Apparently it's good for the digestion. You can also warm your hands as well.
It's been strange this afternoon. All we seem to be doing is watching Sean Murphy, and I keep looking at the scoreboard and thinking, well, you know, Marco's won 3 frames, and I haven't seen him much.
Yeah, well, they say he's the quiet man of snooker. Just sneaks up on you. Sean couldn't get the cue ball back to the baulk end. Be risky for Marco to play off the main bunch of reds to the baulk end, with that red being in the other half of the table. And he's looked at the double. Wasn't a bad idea. As you can see, it was on the black, and if it doesn't go in, he wasn't going to leave anything. Problem with this shot, if you leave the red that's near the baulk line, you're just leaving it very easy for your opponent to play a telling safety. And he's not covered that red. Well, Marco's not got the cue ball tight against the baulk cushion, which he needed to do. It's pretty straight, this, isn't it? Tough pot at the best of times. And even more so when you're striking down, as Sean had to do there. Because it was straight, if it had been just off straight, he could have played a run round off 2 cushions. He's given this a lot of thought. I mean, he can clip off the red on the left-hand side of the table, get to baulk, but he doesn't fancy that, so he's coming off there. He's got to be careful he doesn't catch the yellow here. He's found the gap nicely. So he's got the advantage in this tactical exchange now.
no option but just to play the containing safety shot here. You'd expect Marco Fu to play another safety shot that puts Sean in a little bit of trouble, but sometimes you can't play the aggressive safety, you just have to wait for a better chance. That's one of those instances. Okay, this red may be on in the middle. And on it is. What an excellent pot. Murphy played one in the previous frame. Went on to win in the frame. I just wonder whether that's going to be the scenario here.
Two completely different styles of play, the way they go about break building, but Marco is proficient as anybody when he gets these opportunities.
Aye.
Oh, a kick. Oh, no, Brown only just went in, but it took all the pace out of the cue ball. They've had some kicks on this table this afternoon. I don't know the reason why. It just keeps happening, and the Brown just about wobbled its way in, but he played for this red in the middle. Suppose in a way it could have been a lot worse. He's got it to this right corner.
Well, having watched the kick for the second time, I don't know how the Brown went in, so Marco will certainly be breathing a sigh of relief there. So he's having to play an alternative pocket, the one in the corner. Still fancy him to pot it as it's pretty close. We'll get a chance to just have a look at the angle on this Brown here. He just went straight to the right-hand side cushion, and there, how on earth has it gone in? But in it went, and obviously perhaps just deserved it to go in, really, because he didn't play a bad shot.
19.
But Marco Fu now back in position, but he's going to have to play something aggressive very shortly, because all these reds seem to be in the way of one another after this one.
There is one red that's just sticking out from the main bunch that is available into the same pocket as the black. The reason I say that, because he's not got a great angle on this black to go into the reds with a lot of pace. So he's playing for that one loose red. And he's judged it nicely. Good shot.
27.
Yeah, deep screw, didn't need any side, just had to adjust the pace. Couldn't have played it better.
28.
We won't be too pleased with the outcome there. He may have been hoping he developed the pink, but he hasn't, and he's not on the blue. If you're straight on the blue, it's okay, but he's not really good on it. Good pot, but not out of the woods yet.
33.
Now off the green, does he play for the top red that is available? Yes, he does. But this is the last of the
37.
Easy reds. Well, maybe there's another one just below the one he's going to play that is available. Yeah, you see there's two reds going to this corner. He'll play the one that's in the open. Maybe just screw across and play for the pink.
38.
He needs to get into the cue ball a bit more than that. I think he played for the pink, but he wanted to be straighter on the pink than this. He's left himself a little bit awkward here. Because we know that other red goes into the left corner, but if it had been straight on the pink, just dolly the pink in and you're on that red, but it's not that straightforward now. And the degree of difficulty caused him to miss the pink, but he's put his hand up and apologised because the red he played on is covered by the pink. Can you believe the things that happen on this snooker table? The attacking safety shot. Now they're all right as long as you get a good cue ball. He's not found the baulk cushion, he's only found the baulk line. Well, there's bound to be a pot on. Well, his long potting has been way off, got to be said, in this match, and boy, he missed that by a long way. It's so thin. Amazing.
Yeah, it looks a careless shot, John, doesn't it? If he gets anywhere near the pot, he doesn't get the cannon. It just makes you look silly sometimes when you miss a ball.
1.
Well, Sean played the attacking safety, brought all the reds into play. Marco's made the mistake. Can Sean punish him for it?
And this has been one of those scrappy frames, and Sean Murphy's having to do it from behind this time. Came to the table 38 points behind. Where's the cue ball going? Didn't say it quite as loud as you do, John, did I?
No, I mean, it was a strange shot, really, wasn't it? I mean, to be that close to the middle pocket, he's having the cue ball clean. I mean, it seems to have come off a little bit funny, that. Anyway, he didn't go in off, but he's not got the right angle on the blue. You won't want to be playing the black. Just being near the cushion, you have to play a little bit of pace to screw back for the red in the same pocket. So he feels that he'll have to play this, and he's got all the cue power that's required to play this shot, but it's not as easy as he would have liked this.
13.
Cued it beautifully, though. That was a terrific shot. Made it look easy, but it was anything but.
And played for choice of colour there, black or pink. He's not nice enough on the black. Just having another look at the black, it's slightly hampered. he was right on the cushion there. I'd fancy him taking the black without a problem, but he's not. So just deciding on which of the two reds he can play for from the pink. Maybe able to get on both. He's going to play the one next to the black now and hold for the black.
Seems sensible, as it's the only red that can be potted.
I thought they're both potted, John, until I saw this picture.
Yeah, the thing is with this, he just wants to manoeuvre the cue ball away from the cushion. He could play a little run round and with a trace aside, but believe me, even on over this distance, you put a trace aside on and it makes the pot missable. We'd like to just stun it away from the cushion rather than run round off the two cushions. There's a red in the middle of the table, just to the right of the black spot, which you think you could play on, but doesn't want to sort of overdo this and try and make the next red too easy, you know, and then make the black missable.
Well, the fact that he's getting the long stuff out, he'll just roll it in. He won't be playing it too pacey this time. If he could reach it, he would try and get a little bit more in open play with the cue ball, but with this long stuff, got to give the pocket every chance here because it's a tough one, this with this long list.
And it went. He's not absolutely perfect on the next red.
27.
But good shot.
28.
Good shot.
The next two reds should be quite straightforward, and these top players don't appear to have too many problems with the red that's on the cushion. So this is a great chance now for Shaun Murphy to pinch this frame. And it'll be the first one he's pinched in the match this afternoon. Every other time he's won them quite convincingly. This time he's had to come from behind.
36.
So imperative now, leaves a good angle on the colour off this red. Well, that's not the best angle on the black. That's not the best angle. He can't get close to this awkward red now. Just let the cue ball come down the table a bit too far. So this red is tricky if he decides to play the pot. He's got a 12-point lead. Looking at the potting angle, so he's taking it on. But it's missable.
Needs that cue ball to bounce. Excellent pot. May have the brown of Edward in the middle.
51.
Yeah, he really struck this beautifully. Never looked in any danger of not going in. And in goes the brown. That was the big shot. He's played 55. These really well.
57.
Green and brown required.
60.
And this is an excellent performance. This is the first time he's had to really dig deep. He came to the table 38 points behind. He took these very, very nicely indeed. Played a poor shot on the second to last red, but played an excellent shot on the last red to cut it in along the cushion. That was a really tough shot, made it look extremely easy.
69.
Played it with a slight shot in the thing era, the fact that he could play ball colour in the middle, and it was the brown he played. What a fabulous break this has
75.
been. For the first time in the match, he's won a frame from behind, trailed by 38 with that 8-2 break, puts him one away from victory. He now leads by 5 frames to 3.
And you get that feeling that perhaps that might just be a defining moment of this match, John.
Yeah, Marco was in no trouble at all. He had a shot to nothing there down the table, which I mean, he's hit so poorly, which is very unusual by his standards, because there's literally no pressure on it at all. As I say, a shot to nothing, completely mishit it and stuck him in. But you just get the impression watching this match that Sean is hitting the ball as sweetly as he can hit it, and he is playing the better of the two, and that clearance could be major in this match. I think he might have broke his resolve.
Yeah, and also during that break, he got a bad bounce off the baulk cushion that destroyed his position, and it took a few more shots to get back into the position. So he had to pot a few long-range balls, which he struck beautifully well. Great QS once he gets motoring, and yeah, I think he does sort of look like the likely winner.
Yeah, and in terms of his confidence, obviously we know he's won back-to-back tournaments coming in here in the European Tour in Sofia and thereafter in Germany just the week after we got here, and he threw in a 147 on the way. How much does that count when you come into a big major event like this, Steve?
Well, I'll tell you what, when you really are happy with how you're queuing and you're happy with how you're playing, you don't have the worry of the win or the loss. You don't consider it in those terms. You go out to just play. You're so happy with how you're playing. It's not that you don't want to lose or you're not worried about losing. You just don't even consider that's the option. It's just you're enjoying being on the match table.
I noticed he actually said, and there was a couple of quotes before it all started, saying that he got the feeling he was going to be in the mix here in York. And I guess if you're talking yourself into that sort of thing even before you get here, it's a good sign.
Well, it's it's great to come in here with form, and B, it's great to come in here with course and distance form, isn't it? Because he's already won a UK championship, so he knows what it's all about and what it takes to win here. So why shouldn't he think he's got a chance?
One more, he'll be in the quarter-final.
Good break-off shot there from Marco. Sean's seeing if he can just get past the green. Good safety. Well, a bit short of pace, but he had to make certain he ran that red into the black so it didn't go over the left corner. This is a better pace. He used to miss the green. Just flicked it. Marco will be a little bit disappointed. He's not really... He's just sort of hanging on in this match at the moment. But now he's one frame away from defeat. It's... any mistake could cost him the match. Sean now went for what he thought was a shot for nothing, but the red's come up the table with the cue ball. So he might be in the spot to bother next time he comes back.
That's very careless. You can see the one just behind the pink. The only thing is he's going to have to try and get the cue ball tight in the jaws of the pocket. So he's going to actually move that one now, thinking about it, because if he goes back into baulk area, this red will be on. So he's going to move this red away, try and screw back off the red. Played it nicely.
always difficult when you're striking down, and he's caught that much too thick. But maybe okay. There's a couple of reds that may be potable, but risky and not certain to be on a colour, so no guaranteed reward. Half-hearted attempt at that pot, and the noise that if he got in the jaws, the red wouldn't come back up the table, and he's got a good cue ball. Just got to be careful playing safety off this red. Don't want to leave Sean a chance of the red in the middle of the table, and he's well short of pace. That was supposed to be near the baulk cushion. He's only just got past the baulk line. Sean could take this red on. Yes. It was a poor safety shot from Marco.
One.
Well, having said that, terrific pot from Sean. I think he's been unlucky. Had to find the baulk cushion here. And because he was short, left the red on, as I say. But Sean's been unlucky. He's potted a very good red. But he's come hampered by the brown, so it's going to be very difficult to pot this green and get the cue ball back to this end of the table. And when you're trying to inject a lot of pace, you've got to be careful of the bounce. Well, that's about as good as he could do. And that's not perfect.
4.
It doesn't appear that anything's available into the left-hand corner. Maybe just a safety shot coming up. All those reds look covering one another, so he's just playing the safety shot. He'd like to try and get him behind the blue, but it's a bit risky. Far too thin.
John Murphy, 4.
A bit pacey, but the pink looks to be a ball that's stopping Sean playing safe down the right-hand side of the table. And if that's the case, well, maybe can he just get past the pink? We could. It was nearly a very good flick off the green. On a good day, you'd be behind the brown, but it's not. This time, Marco covering the escape down the right-hand side of the table. And that is a much better length. Bit of a problem here for Sean. Nice when you can trust the table, isn't it? And you play them that slowly. Still got the advantage, of course, Marco. He'd love to try and get the cue ball in behind the green or blue, but I don't know if he can get there off one of these reds. Maybe the one on the left-hand side of the table, but we want to be risking leaving the red on to go all out for the snooker. Well, he's thought of everything, but in the end decided just to play the safety shot. Couldn't get the snooker. Now Sean can't get past the pink here, and he can't. Well, can he? Is there an edge? Doesn't look like it. So he's going to have to be careful here. If you just catch the wrong red, you could finish up leaving one on. And he didn't catch the red he intended. What's he left?
I think this red passes John into the corner, and he could screw back just 4 or 5 inches and maybe get the black back into play. But Sean's actually played to hit the 3 reds nearest the black and misjudged that completely. Decided to play for the pink that's in open play rather than risk playing for the black. It's going to be tough to make more than 40 where the balls are.
Seven. Eight.
Don't think there's any of these reds below the black spot available into the left corner or the right corner, so you've got to play up on the reds above the pink here. I've got the perfect angle on the pink. He's played that nicely though. Good shot.
14.
Having to play it with pace and guided the cue ball beautiful through the gap.
15. 21. 22.
Just one more open red after this one. What did you say, Will? You'd be lucky to get 40?
29.
Or he'd do well to get 40. Not lucky. Do well, that's what Willie said. And maybe a possibility, and maybe it might be a little bit too straight, but in potting this red, he could
35.
release the other red that's close to the left-hand side cushion. Just need a bit more angle, though, I think. No, didn't feel as though he could
36.
bring that red into play, and if he's straight on the pink, I don't know where the next red comes from. Just got a slight angle.
Yeah, he's going to have to play the cannon into the two reds and hopefully free one towards the corner pocket. Has he freed it? So he's made a fibber out of me for 2 points. 42.
You were 2 points out, Willie. But that's what Marco can do. He just chipped away there and he made the most, you could say, of the opportunity. It was always nigh on impossible to win the frame of that visit.
Well, that 38-point lead where the balls are is equivalent to about a 70-point lead with 10 reds left. It's a really amazing score, and that's another 7 points away, so 49 now, so that's a very unlucky.
Yeah, but at least the black didn't drop in. It looked as though it could have done for a second. This has messed the frame up somewhat. Black over the corner. Once again, Sean in a spot of bother here. Decent safety shot from Marco. I think the only red that Sean can get to is the one that's closest to the left-hand cushion. And he can't really do a lot with that. Well, he can get the one near the black, but even that doesn't get it safe. And of course he's got to be very wary of not knocking the black in.
If he was guaranteed to get a good white, he could play the deep screw onto the red, and if the black goes in, so be it, but at least he'll be opening a few reds into play, and if he gets a good white, Marco would struggle to win the frame at that visit, but it's not an easy safety shot on John, is it?
No. Well, he's nestling up to this red, but surely he'll leave a pot on, won't he? Well, he's played that very well, as good as he could. As good as he could. Let's not give him any advantage whatsoever. So Sean was in trouble, and now Marco could be in trouble the next shot. May have handed the initiative to Sean here. Could have done without that flick on the green. If that cue ball didn't ice on the baulk cushion, this would have been a lot more difficult for Marco. But he's not played it well. He needs the brown to save him here, because otherwise he'll leave this red. And he has left it.
Somehow he needs to get on the black from this red. Okay, the black's nice and easy, but the red's surrounding the black. The white's going to be running free. They won't have too much idea where the white's going to end up. Now, can he get through to the black?
One.
It appears so.
Couldn't have judged it better. Now, we always say when a ball's in the jaws of the pocket that you're never certain how the cue ball's going to react. But this is where Sean's beautiful cue action will come into play. Just pop the black and come off the side cushion out for the reds. Well, he decided to screw it direct. And couldn't have played it much better. He'll be hoping the black doesn't go on its own spot here. He'll be hoping that it goes upon the blue spot, and that is perfect for what he wants.
Yes, even though he's 34 points behind, it's given him a chance to win frame and match at this visit now. Okay, the greens are going to be a problem if he does get that far.
9.
But certainly a chance to get well back into this frame and take a sizable lead on the colours.
$16. $70.
He pinched the last frame of the match, John, didn't he? From 38 points behind. This time he's come to the table from 40-odd points behind, and got a chance of pinching in this one to win the match.
24. 25.
Not quite as intended, but he made light of that red. This black will take him within 2 points of Marco. So there's still quite a bit to do.
Well, played that beautifully. That was tough to get the perfect position there. Okay, may need the long tackle again, but he's given himself a chance now. It's essential now he gets high on this next black, as we see that shot played to perfection. Must be high on the next ball. Now, I don't think he's high.
41.
I don't think he's high enough. He needed another 3 or 4 inches in pace in that cue ball there. Look at the angle he has on that black. not great. Just a little bit more screw, and they could have just rolled it in for the red. Slightly bad contact there. Now, do you risk these down the cushion? If it goes in, could be a frame and match
48.
winner. Just coming around to see if the black will pot the red. So he can play this in such a way that if he misses it, he'll try and cover the pocket with the black. The only problem is, with the red being on the cushion, if he leaves it over the pocket, he'll just play the one red onto another. So I don't think this is one of those where you can risk playing it to cover. It's going to have to go in, this.
You don't have to play it.
Well, he's not playing it. But good break there from Sean, putting him in front by 6 points.
Didn't want to run the red into the pink. Not left anything easy. Oh, well. I suppose you could say that if he'd have potted the red, the in-off wasn't on, but he wasn't close to the pot, and the cue ball went in. Missed the pot by a long way, and that's why he went in off. And Marco decided not to play this long red, and it surprised me a little bit. That's why he knew it was guaranteed at a certain snooker. And it'll give him the advantage now in this frame.
Miss Marco 4-4.
Well, how does he hit it this time? The old adage that JV always comes out with, it's not his in it, can you get it safe? Good effort.
Well, I thought it just flicked it, but it was amazing, wasn't it, when I thought Marco was refusing the long pot because he knew he was going to get a very good snooker. And of course, with the miss rule, it's more advantageous to play the snooker than the pot.
You'd expect him to hit this red within the next 2 or 3, though, but he could be just pushing it straight over the corner, couldn't he, if he hits it?
And once he hits it soon, he's giving a lot of points away here. That's a good hit now. Well, he'll settle for that. He's now 6 points behind, but He's not left it easy. That's pretty good. It's a good shot out from Sean.
It's half an inch away from being a great shot, John, isn't it? Because he was out of the frame virtually a minute ago.
Yeah, it's amazing, particularly at the end of a frame out. You can just turn on a snooker or just having a little bit of a run of the ball. Okay, Marco can clearly get through to this red, but he's got to be wary that he doesn't leave this red and the one up by the yellow. He's got a good cue ball. Oh, pretty good. I think Sean's got to play safety now off the red that's just to the right of the yellow. I wouldn't fancy playing off the other one because there's a definite possibility of a double kiss. Well, he's given it plenty of thought. As I say, for me, you'd play the one that's near the yellow. Let's play the other one. Got to watch the then he got the double kiss. As it happens, it still went safe. Decent cue ball. That's all he could do there. He couldn't really play any snooker. So Sean looking for this frame to clinch the match. And Marco just trying to hang on in there. You'd think it'd be pretty straightforward to play the red into the yellow. The only thing you'd be concerned about is the unlikelihood of making it a plan to knocking the yellow in the pocket. But playing the red into the yellow certainly keep the red at that end of the table.
Is he bound to avoid the blue though, John? I suppose if he hits it half ball.
Yeah,
I think he'll avoid the blue, won't he?
Yeah, unless he's concerned that coming off two cushions he may kiss the brown, but it doesn't look like that to me. What's he thinking of now? Playing one off the other? You can overcomplicate this situation. Just concentrate on getting a good cue ball for me and run the red into the yellow. Okay, if the yellow went in, you'd be unlucky, but as long as you got a good cue ball, you still wouldn't be leaving anything.
If that bounces a foot or so, that's just about as good as anything, but it may bounce in such a way that he can pot this. Can he or can't he? That's the question.
Bit of Shakespeare there, Will.
Yeah.
To be or not to be.
We know that the red pots part of the yellow in the middle, but that's too dangerous. So Sean's covered that red that's come down the table.
And Marco didn't want to risk playing a decent safety, so he's handed the initiative certainly back to Sean now.
And that's quite a clever shot from Sean, very well judged.
And it's certainly helped by the fact that he's nestled up to the pink. This is tricky. It wouldn't be if the pink wasn't there. But awkward queuing, and he knows that he can't afford any more mistakes. It could be his last. Oh, he hit the black. He hit the black.
Sean Murphy, 7.
Obviously, miss will be called. Well, needs to get this cue ball right because it was making it very awkward queuing. Yeah, well, that can't be right because he couldn't do that before. We'll try and have a look where it was originally. That's where it was originally. And where is it now? Now it's in the wrong place. He was more hampered by the pink. That was what was making the shot difficult.
Yeah.
That's where it was.
Okay.
That's where it is now. Yeah, about right. It's okay now. If he wasn't hampered by the pink, it'd be a comfortable safety. He managed it this time, but Sean still got control of this tactical exchange. Possibility he could get this cue ball in behind the blue. Well, there's a chance of getting it in behind the blue. Could regret the fact that he didn't.
Always very tough to hit these thin when they're tight on the cushion. Oh. It's easy to hit these half ball and send the red right back at the end of the table. But he's judged it to perfection. Excellent safety shot. Faced with a tough one now, Sean. That's what I was saying about when they're near the cushion, how difficult it is to play safe off them. So easy to do that.
Not being tempted, mainly because the black's not available into the left corner. So he's trying to get in behind the blue. It's a good line. Just a fraction short. Well, he took the pot on there, Sean. He's that red to run. If it passes the brown, then Marco will certainly take it on. And it clearly does. His long potting has not been very good today. Didn't get in the jaws there. There's a long pot success. 38% Marco Fu. That equates to 6 out of 16. Sean's a bit lower than normal. Main idea there, as long as you got the red close to the pot, it was going to stay at this end of the table and screw back to the balk end. Good length with the cue ball. Just one thing to concentrate on here, and that's get this red in a position where it's not possible. That's all he can do. Don't think he can put Marco in a lot of trouble. Just make certain you get the red safe. Although I'd rather have had the red a bit further down the table than that. It's to-ing and fro-ing who's getting the advantage here, and if Marco gets the snooker, well, he missed an opportunity there. He'd be disappointed with that. Yeah, the pot was too risky to take on. But Marco may play the double on this red. He may just play the double on the red into the left middle, knowing he'd be on the black. Well, he didn't, and that does surprise me. That does surprise me. Maybe it just wasn't the right doubling angle, and he didn't feel as though he could control the cue ball. And of course he's on the brink, so he's got to be very careful. Sean Murphy's walking round, he's stalking round, he can't stand still. Oh, Sean's played a risky one here. But the blue has covered the potting angle to the red, so it's okay.
Yeah, the yellow's obscured the left-hand side of the red, which Marco wants to hit. Well, this is tough. The only way I can see Marco try and get the cue ball back where it is now. And that'd be risky because the enough is on if he tries to play that. He's trying it. Has he got it behind the blue and green? Very good if he has.
Yeah, it was a brave shot to play, wasn't it? It was fraught with danger. And that tap on the table from Sean tells me that he snookered on both reds. Yeah, good shot, took a chance, worked out. Sean, he knew as soon as he hit that, you could hear him groan. He knew he'd hit it all wrong.
Marvellous. Marco Fu 4.
And Marco Fu, that good shot he played, has handed him an opportunity. As soon as he hit it, he knew he'd swerved it too much. Now got to sit there and wonder whether that's going to...
1.
So this yellow will put Marco 6 points in front. So he's gonna... The only problem, big problem you can see, is getting from green to brown.
4.
Well, he's got to be a little bit careful here because the natural path he would normally play for the yellow is covered by the brown, so he'll just be a little bit careful with this one. And stunning it in like he did, took out the possible snookering by the brown. So this could be the key shot. Pot this yellow, get a nice angle on the green, and he wants a good angle. He doesn't want to be too straight on the green. Quick glance at the scoreboard. Green and brown needed.
Well, the harder you play this pot, the harder it is to take. He's going to have to stun it on and off the cushion to get onto the brown. He's played it nicely.
16.
That's the end.
The brown will put him 23 points in front with only 18 remaining.
20.
So it was a frame that could have gone either way. Sean Murphy needed it for the match. Marco Fu needed it to stay alive, and he'll be disappointed he's missed that
20.
blue. Should be enough, but Sean only needs one snooker now to tie. Careless.
It appears to be another example of a frame that Sean Murphy, if he didn't score enough points within a break to win it in one visit, he doesn't win them. He had a 36 in frame 6 and lost it. He had a 33 in frame 3 and lost it. He's had a 48 in this frame and looks like losing it. He seems to be only winning the frames he wins at one visit.
Well, when you're trying snookers, if you can't get the snooker, at least get the object ball safe. It's a thin snick, but you play this with a bit of side to avoid the in-off in the right middle. Got to go for it. But he's not potted it. Sean won't want to pot it either. I know you can think, well, if he pots the blue, a 6-point snooker, 1 snooker to win, but he'd prefer to have 2 balls to go at rather than just the 1. That was a very good shot. Very good shot. Okay, he's not got the snooker, but he'll have a chance next time he comes to the table. It's all about judging the pace on this shot now. Well, decided to try and stun behind it. Well, the one thing is he's brought the pink out into the open, so that pink now does make it another ball to snooker behind. As I say, if you can't get the snooker, make certain you get the object ball safe. As I say, I'm not a great lover of just leaving the pink and black on the table for 1 snooker, but some people don't mind doing it occasionally. As I say, if he pots the blue, just 1 snooker to win on the pink. But quite rightly, wants to go for the 2. Good effort, just needed a touch more side. Of course, when you think that Marco had the easy blue to keep Sean in his seat, he'll be having kittens at the moment. It's terrible, isn't it, when you know you should have won a frame and your opponent's looking for snookers and nearly getting them. And here's a chance. Here's a chance for you. And not the easiest one to hit this. And he'll know, and he'll be thinking, why didn't I pot that easy blue? This is the blue. He just pots that. End of frame. No way back for Sean Murphy.
And this is one of those with his sliding cushions. He's not guaranteed to hit this. Not guaranteed, so Sean Murphy now 1 to tie.
Foul.
So he can, because he's got the 1 snooker, he can tie now.
Yes, of course, because we're in the snooker's required stage. No miss can be called.
And should it go on to happen that Sean Murphy wins frame and match here, not many players have scored 82 points in a frame and have not won it.
No. Well, safe enough. Yeah, normally you'd think play across double here, but the blue could well run into the pink off the side cushion if you play that. If you played it up and down, you've got to be very wary of the double kiss. But what Sean is just thinking here now is, I've not got to leave a pot on the blue. That's the priority. Now, how does he do that? Got himself right back in the frame. Doesn't want to throw it away with a poor safety shot. Most obvious way you'd think of playing it, play the blue full ball and run the cue ball down to this top cushion, but the blue would be going towards the far left corner. But if you got a good cue ball, it wouldn't be an easy pot. Well, there you see, that's how difficult the shot is, or it's difficult from Sean's point of view. He can't see a solution over 2 minutes. He must get the blue safe. Well, I think in the end he went for the pot, you know. What do you think, Will?
He did, because he just put his hand up and saying he was a little bit fortunate for where the Blues finished. I don't know if we'll get a chance to see Sean's hand going up here. We may or may not do. But as he was sitting down in his chair, he just held his hand up to say, I'm sorry for that. Let's just see if we can catch it. Yes, there it is. Just held his hand up. I wasn't sure, Mark. I was hoping.
This looks pretty good. I thought for a moment the pink was going to cover the path to the blue, but it hasn't. And won the double kiss. Well, he got the double kiss, and he's not left the blue, but he may be in a spot of bother next time he comes to the table. Marco can stun this cue ball in behind the black. Well, he just made certain he got the blue safe. I don't blame him. But sometimes if you've got a chance to really tighten the screws, you've got to go for it.
Just push the blue far enough up the cushion to stop Marco playing a double, because when you need one ball, you'd take the double if you guarantee getting the white on the cushion, but there's no way he can do that. And it's not a bad safety shot, actually, because if he plays the blue thin to get the blue towards the black, the pink's in the way. That's what he's looking at now. If he pushes the blue up the table, is he going to make contact with the pink and get in the blue safe?
Oh, what a mistake. Well, he's got a good cue ball, but for that, I'd fancy Sean here, but that cue ball tight on the baulk cushion, and as he pots the blue, he's got to avoid the kiss on the black. Well, much too thick, and he's not got away with it this time. So he worked hard to get back in the frame, but Marco now just needs his blue, and the match goes on. Oh, would you believe it? Would you believe that?
Well, that's just about the easiest shot. Well, I mean, why is he even stunning it in? Just roll the blue in. I've never seen Marco miss an easier shot than that.
Amazing. So remember, Sean needs blue, pink and black to force a re-spotted black. Can't win it at this visit. He can only tie. But boy, he'll be glad of just having this opportunity.
That white's run loose, hasn't it? He's left himself a little bit to do here with the pink. It's not straightforward. Marco's blue was a lot easier than this.
Yep, he potted the pink, but because he was so far away, couldn't really control the cue ball, so this is a tricky black to tie. He was up straight away. Was he unhappy with the contact? He thinks he got a heavy contact there. Yeah, the black did bounce. And in goes the black, so Marco Fu seemed to do his best there to give Sean Murphy the frame and match, but a bad contact, that's what Sean thought. The match goes on. It's now 5-4.
30 seconds short of an hour of that frame, and it just about had everything, didn't it, guys? A tale of two blues and a very tough red at the end.
Yeah, amazing frame of snooker. If your memory's that long, Marco started off with an excellent 42 at the beginning of it. Sean came back, and then I don't even know what shot he's played on the first blue that he's missed. He just drop it in. There's no need to play any position. And then the second one as well, he'd be kicking himself. But then he hasn't lost the frame.
He hasn't, no, but the second one particularly let Sean in. And clearly he knew he had to try and clear up to force a respotted black there. But he must have been kicking himself, Marco, at that point, knowing it was within his grasp at that point.
Yeah, I don't think that blue was as easy. It was a slightly more acute angle, but even so, it was one that these days you expect you have to convert. And then all of a sudden, Sean was a little bit out of position and had to play a trickier black. Looked disgusted as he walked off the table, as if he did get a kick. And obviously when you do get a kick, the vast majority of times the ball goes thick, which the black did. But Marco did recover. It was a missable black, which he potted, very missable, so he'll be the happier of the two. But a long frame and one where sort of perhaps any advantage that Sean Murphy did have might have evaporated by the end of it.
Yeah, it takes a fair bit out of you, these longer frames, doesn't it, John?
Yeah, especially if you lose them like that. I mentioned he could have broke Marco's resolve. He certainly hasn't. I mean, he's in there still punching away, so... But he'd be so disappointed, Sean, sitting there. He's put his cue on the table. You could see the look on his face when he left the venue. He thinks he should have had this match over. And really, on the way they've hit the ball today, I stand by that. It probably should be over by now.
Yeah, exactly, 5-4. But Sean clearly needs one more to get through. But how much does a frame like that potentially cost you in concentration terms as you come back?
I think it depends on the individual. I think some players always like to get on with it, and they don't like ever getting bogged down in a frame that long. Unfortunately, that's never the case. You never know how the game's going to go, even amongst two fluent players like Sean Murphy and Marco Fu. But I think Sean, in particular, doesn't like to get sort of into that vein. Yeah. So. Yeah, it could throw him out of his rhythm, but I still think he's cueing excellently. I mean, obviously, if he'd have potted that black, he still had to win the respot. There's no guarantee. For you, I mean, the scoreline suggests that Sean Murphy is the better player so far. For your money, is he better than that scoreline suggests this afternoon, John?
Yeah, I think so, because we also saw a frame earlier where Marco missed the blue, didn't he? He fluked the brown in the break, missed the blue, fluked that one. I mean, he's been sort of clinging onto his coattails for most of the afternoon, not really scored anywhere near like Sean has. So. To his testament, and absolutely great that he's such a great match player. He hangs in there, but really, I think if Sean gets a good chance, I think he'll finish the match.
That's worrying in itself when you know that you've played better than the other fella and he's still right at you.
Yeah, and you know, no getting away from it. A best of 11, that any luck factors can play a more significant part than in a best of 17. You know, the reasons why the UK historically was over a long period of time was the old guard used to like longer matches, as is the World Championship. So we know that perhaps there's a few more turnarounds at this level, but also since it's been to best of 11s, we've always had credible winners or the favourites have won. So it remains to be seen, obviously. OK, frame 10 of a possible 11.
Yes, and I agree with the viewers in the studio that if Sean Murphy gets in, you can see him in a frame at one visit. But what happens if he doesn't get in? He just doesn't win a frame in, you know, any scrappy frames. He lost 4 against Jack Lazowski in the previous round. He's lost 4 here again when he's had chances in 2 of the 4 frames, or maybe 3 of the 4 frames. With I mentioned before, he's had 33, 36 and 48 in the frames he's lost, and it's strange how he doesn't seem to know how to win a scrappy frame.
just can get through to hit the middle of the cue ball there. Could have gone wrong if he'd have caught the bump in the middle pocket, but he's in a spot of bother, so he'll be happy just to have got it safe. Noise there, and two-table situation. Come from the other table. Like that. Session is over, so all eyes will be focused on this match. Oh, and that was a nice little rub on the green, or was it? No. I thought for one moment he may have covered the path to this red, but first chance to Marco.
One.
See what happens with the black when it's respotted. Well, it's definitely available into the left corner. Only made one break over 50 in the match as Marco, and he's usually a very big break builder, but he's not been doing it so far. This would be a nice time to start scoring heavily.
Nine. Forty. 15.
I think just by dropping this black in and just cannoning the red, he'd have a red to the opposite corner. Maybe in an ideal world it'd have been preferred to have been a little straighter on the black. But looks straightforward enough. Well, he's on the red to the right corner, but he'll be running to the other one.
22.
So he's just got to be careful here for his position. I don't know whether he can hold for the black, or does he have to go up for the blue? But he may kiss the other red. No, he missed the other red.
23.
But he's played it too hard. And I think, Willie, the reason he played it too hard, because he thought he was going to kiss the second red.
Agree with you, John, absolutely. Just watch how close he got to this kiss you were talking about, John, here.
Yeah, I think he thought he was going to kiss the second red, so he put a little bit of extra pace in the cue ball, thinking that I'd be perfect, and of course didn't kiss the second red. Too much pace.
So, end of break, and unless he's playing the yellow in the middle, is he? He is playing the yellow in the middle. And there's another example of the lack of Marco's cue power. The cue ball's not done a lot there.
Yeah, it was a good pot on the yellow, 25. But he's not good on the next red. He needs another good pot here.
Not this time. So Sean will be pretty pleased to have come back to the table only 25 points behind, because it looked like when Marco was round the black, it could have been a lot more. Now is he eyeing up a plant? Is it on? Doesn't look like it.
Well,
Got to be made.
Well, it can't be, because if it had been, I'm certain Marco would have had a look at it. Nah. Well, he tried to make it. Well, you know, there was an easier safety shot on than that, and he was trying to make it and trying to force something to happen. Didn't look on. And not only has he missed it, he stuck his opponent in again.
One.
Well, that's a nice kiss. Leaves him nicely on this red to the
6.
left corner. I think he can stun it in and play for the pink into the left middle.
7.
He's gifted this chance, really. Now, where does the pink go? Is the spot available? No. So that red in the middle of the table is not on from where the cue ball is at the moment. It can't be touching the red. Has to go as close to its own spot in a direct line with the middle of the top cushion, not
30.
touching the red. So he's overscrewed this a little bit. This cue ball's going to travel a bit of distance.
14.
He'd have obviously loved to have played for the blue.
$16.
On this red to the right corner. You would think the pink will go to the opposite corner.
$17.
And looking at that, not only the pink goes, the red goes as well. So he can play for that red that's next to the pink. As long as the referee puts it back where it was before. As I say, in a direct line with its own spot, as close to the red as it can go without touching the red. See how it's wobbling? Ooh. Ooh.
23.
Does the red still go?
It must do, John. He's coming. He's had to look, see if he can get onto the black off this last red. Off the next red, of course, I meant to say. And if he gets high on the black, he can bring other balls into play. He's played high on the pink. So now he's got the perfect angle to run through and probably move the red away from the black. Just shows you what a great competitor Marco Fu is, to have still remained in this match. He's been outplayed in virtually every department, apart from when it comes to the nitty-gritty stage, and he's winning every one of those.
Yeah, he's certainly got stickability, and that's what he's used here today. I agree with you. Sean has been by far the better player.
30.
But he's not showing up on the frame score. Looks for all money now. We're going to go into a decider. I know there's a little bit of work to do. He's looking for red colour red to get to the snooker's required stage.
$31.
Now can he get through to the black? He's got a nice angle on the pink. I think the red... Well, you can't pot the black, as you can see. But the red second from the black is on. And the red is all he needs. Quick glance at the scoreboard. Pot this red, goes 63 points in front with only 59 remaining.
37.
And then it goes. Looks certain now that we're going to have a last frame shootout. And definitely now there's no way back to the table for Sean Murphy.
45. 46.
Well, that's as good a shot as he's played in the match. What a clever little shot that was. And we've mentioned a couple of times in comments that Marco Fu's highest break of this match has been only 55.
52.
He looks like eclipsing that here.
$59. 60.
Can just make the centre with a high valued colour, but didn't get the kiss. Looks a little bit despondent,
67.
but I think inside he'd be absolutely excited to take this match into the last frame. That was a cross between excited and delighted, John.
Yeah,
well, there it is. Absolutely. A break of 67 from Marco Fu levels the score at 5-5. We're in for a decider.
We are, and they now have the arena all to themselves, because a short while ago it was Judd Trump who overcame the rather plucky resistance of Rod Lawler from Liverpool, and here he is on his way to a second break of this match. It's 112 in the 9th frame to close this one out, 9 frames to 3. It was a pretty hard-fought win in the end against the 43-year-old Lawler, who's enjoying the best year of his long snooker career. But it's Judd who goes through, and he will now play Stephen Maguire or David Morris, and they play this evening for a place in the quarterfinals. So Judd, having won this event 3 years ago, is through to the quarterfinals once again. And actually, a quick notice about David Morris. David Morris, he was the Irish player who put out Mark Selby, the world number 62. He didn't have a hotel room when he came back the other day, and a very kind taxi driver took pity on him and put him up in his own spare room. How Christmassy a story is that? Anyway, I digress. This is what it's all about. Final frame decider, Murphy or Fu? Who's going through?
Hazel, you're a poet and you don't know it. Well, it looked for all the world that Sean was going to have a go at this long red to the right corner, but the cue ball just trickled up behind the green. And what a difference this has made. Looking to come twice across the table. You always think that blue is always guarding in the middle of the table. Now he's got to opt for a slide off the second cushion as he judged it well. Good shot. Couldn't have played it better. Could have gone all wrong there. Played it perfectly. One thing you don't want to do when you're playing the shot is to leave a touching ball for your opponent. He's hit that a bit hard, hasn't he? He hit that a lot harder than he intended, believe me. Tells me, Wills, there's a bit of nerves out there. And why wouldn't there be? One frame for a place in the quarter-final of the Coral UK Championship. And when you've trailed by 5 frames to 3 and was 2-0 down early on in the match, Marco Fu has done well to get to this stage.
No, the guaranteed way of getting the white nearer the baulk cushion is to swing it around 3 cushions. But of course, if you don't get the baulk cushion, there's going to be a red on. So it may be best to play this really thin to not leave a pot on. If he gets anywhere near the brown, he can't pot one of these last 2 reds. But playing this way, if you don't find the cushion, you're leaving a pot on. He's played it well.
Of course, the other thing that comes into play, and no, it's not a physical game, snooker, but it's certainly a mental one, and we saw Marco Fu with his head in his hands a few moments ago. 10 frames, you know, 11 frame, the concentration that goes into it. The match time is getting on for 4 hours. It can be hard work out there. Keep your concentration, keep focused. And that's a mistake. He needs the yellow to help him here, otherwise he leaves the red. And the yellow has not helped him. So he obviously didn't expect to be knocking one towards the corner.
Now, is he thinking about playing with a lot of left-hand side and going into the bunch, knowing that he could get on pink or black? Because playing it slow with check side is not such a straightforward shot. But it looks like he's playing with check side. No, he's gone into the bunch, or tried to, missed the bunch. How has he missed the bunch there?
Well, it just checked somewhat off the cushion at that pace, but the good thing is, from Sean's point of view, at least he's on a colour.
Brown. Five.
Well, usually these top players like Marco Fu and Sean Murphy, they get a chance in the last frame, they make it a frame winner. I'm not so sure really, because Sean really is under more pressure than he should be, because he knows in his own mind deep down that he should be already having dinner somewhere, getting prepared for his next match.
6.
But it's not quite as straightforward, and you can. There's 3 or 4 more loose reds, so whatever happens, he should get a sizable lead. If not, an unassailable one.
$13.
A little bit of work to do now with the cue ball. I think he's automatically going to cannon. Can he avoid the cannon on the red to the right of the black? And he did just about. And he played it nicely.
20. $21.
So it's imperative after he's potted the black, the next red leaves a good angle on the black, or don't know, maybe you might think the blue is the better ball to play for, but you know, being so close, you're going to leave a good angle on the black. He's going to have to open reds. This is the last of the open ones. He's going to have to develop something.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a lot better pack to go into from the other side, because you can arc the ball into that gap in between those 2 reds above it. He's going to have to play this pacey now. He needs to, anything half ball, anything full ball, not going to be good. Oh, luckily he's got one in the middle, because he's never going to get one on the corner. This is now, John,
36.
a great chance for frame and match.
$37.
He's had such a good season, Sean, in winning 4 tournaments. He's used to be playing under pressure. And the fact that they do it so often now, these players with all the PTC tournaments, they're all so match sharp.
And the pink spot not available. The referee trying to get as close to its spot as he can.
$43.
As top red goes.
44.
This black will put him 51 points in front. There's a red to the right middle he'll play on here. Just try to just nudge your red out now as he develop one for the right
51.
corner. If not, he's going to have to play a cannon off the next colour.
Yellow's a great ball to get on here, John, isn't it? It's a massive target from yellow.
Yeah, yellow or green.
$52.
It's going to be the yellow.
Just looking at the pack, I just wonder, he could knock the pink in there if he's not careful. If he goes into the pack, the pink could flick in off that bottom red and go in the corner. Where's the pink going? There's the pink. Ooh. It was tricky, John, wasn't it? It was on.
Yeah, but
54.
the worst thing is, Sean's on nothing. He's hit them pretty well. He's going to get no reward. He's got a good lead, 54 points, but that's the end of it. And there's still a possible 83 remaining.
Well, he's already got one red out of commission, and if he's going to play a safety shot, he wants to be putting another one. He can play half ball off the red just above it, where the cue ball is, and push the red on the right-hand side cushion and get a good white. It's perfect to play that shot, actually. And then at least he'll have a bit of insurance with 2 reds. OK, he's just putting this one on the cushion. There's no problem with that, but... no, I don't think that's a good idea there. Just leaving that one red.
Yeah, top on the table there from Marco Fu. That was for the break. It was a good break, and he was a little unlucky. Marco's got to be careful here now. 54 points behind. Next mistake could be his last. I think Sean there was just trying to concentrate on getting a good cue ball. He's just a little bit short. It just makes all the difference. If he could have had this cue ball tight to the baulk cushion. But Marco's got to be careful here. Played it well. Good shot. But he's tied the pink and black up, and when you're 54 points behind, that's the last thing you want.
The fact that Sean's got the insurance now that pink and black are out of play, it's not so important having reds on the cushion. That's why he's just playing a safety shot off that red, because it was the easiest choice. And Marco may be able to get the pink or black into play here with this next safety shot. OK, it's risky because you might be putting a red on. But he's got no chance of winning this frame without pink and black into play. So whether he risk playing the safety shot a little bit thicker, just to try and hopefully one of the reds will kiss into the black or pink, but he's not playing it. Well, he has played it, so that's a very good shot. And if he gets tight behind the green, it's brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah. It's put him back in the frame, so to speak. Of course, the black still not available. He's not hit this hard enough, has he? No.
Marco full 4.
On a bad line, but just short of pace. Well, Marco thinking about what to do before he has the choice of having the ball replaced. So this red obviously goes to the left middle. Yeah, and he took it on, and what a good shot, and he's got a nice angle on the blue. He's still got the problem that the black's tied up. But that's why he didn't have it replaced. He had the perfect angle, potting angle on that red to run through, and he's nicely on the blue. Bring these 4 reds into play. Oh, it's gone wrong. It's gone wrong. He thought he just hits the top red, he's bound to develop one to the left corner. And I'll be honest with you, so did I. But I always say, whenever you play the cannon, it's not always certain to go right, so just a safety to play. And of course, use that red to bring the black into play. What an excellent shot that was. What a superb shot that was. And worthy of the tap on the table from Sean. He's back in this frame. Well, is Sean snookered on all the reds, or is there a gap between green and blue? Looks like there is. Well, the red's close to the pocket, but it's covered. But the red in the middle of the table will go to the left corner. One good pot here for Marco, and this frame could turn on its head. Who's got the pot? Is he on a colour? No.
1.
It was a good clean pot. His long potting hasn't been his strength today, but played that nicely enough. What is it, just a little roll-up snooker, or can he pot the brown and get to this red near the right corner? He must think he can. He must think he can get enough of this red, and of course if he pots it, the black will be available.
And you would have to suggest the way Mark Ofu goes around his work, he's just gone favourite, albeit he's 39 points behind. The next 4 reds and 4 colours look to be okay. Under normal circumstances, you'd expect him to clear, but with it being the decider, a lot of pressure.
Well, is he on this red to the left corner when the black's respotted?
13.
The one closest to the left corner? Well, looking at his body language, I don't think he is. No?
That's amazing.
Well, you said it, Willie, though. This pressure, deciding frame. Take nothing for granted.
I just wonder whether he'll take the chance because of that, John, just score on the cushion and play the pink, or will he run through for blue or baulk colour? He's playing with topspin, so he's running through for blue or baulk colour. Still in control of the table, but I was lucky there, didn't pay for that red.
.30 points behind. Well, he'll be on this red just above the black to play for the black.
90.
But he'll have to go up for blue or baulk colour again. So this cue ball not on a string at the moment.
Right.
Played that nicely enough. Looks as though he's straight enough on this red to be able to hold for the black, but he wants to be high on the black so he can drop on the awkward last red on the top cushion. That's just about perfect, but don't ever take these reds along the cushion for granted, particularly when they're not tight to the cushion. If they're just off, they're missable.
Do you play to mature the red, John? Because it's perfect, isn't it, to move the red?
And he's played the move, but he may have snookered himself. He may have snookered himself. Oh dear.
33.
Well, 1 minute, John, he'd won frame and match, and the next minute, it's not all over.
Amazing. Can't believe it.
Got to get it safe, and he has done. He has done. Played an excellent safety shot, to be fair. But Sean Murphy will be delighted to have another chance in this match now.
Really sorry to be the bearer of bad news here, but we're going to have to run. Our on-air time is over. This match continues on the red button, so please press red now, or Jason will bring you the conclusion of it on BBC Two when our next programme begins. Apologies, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Bye for now.